Good morning and welcome everyone to the 60th anniversary of EUROCAE here in this iconic place, the Musée de l'Air et de l'Espace. What a better place for us to celebrate our anniversary and this special edition of the symposium. Welcome to all of you on site here and online. We have about 150 people here. Some are just outside still and coming in. All of the sessions are live streamed and will also be available for replay afterwards on our YouTube channel. I'd like to start off by thanking all of our sponsors. Without you, it would not be possible to organize events like this one. Our gold sponsors, Safran and Thales, from whom we will hear in a moment. Silver sponsors, Airbus, Indra and Kivan. Bronze, Collins, Frequentis, Honeywell and Skyguide. And our partner, the European Commission. You will see this QR code on the slides every now and then. To ask questions, please feel free to go online. You also have the QR code on your flyers, which you have in your bags, and all the questions will be channeled through that. And you also have a Wi-Fi available to use with the code that is on the slide up here. And with that, I'd like to introduce and hand it over to our president, Bruno, who's Thales Land and Air Systems, who's been active in the ATM domain for over 30 years, in the council since 15 years now, I looked it up, and who's been our president since 2020. Bruno, over to you.
Welcome to all of you. This is, as Anna mentioned, this is the symposium, the EUROCAE Symposium for 2023, and indeed this year is quite special as we have reached now the 60th anniversary of the association, which means that it was created in '63, which is something quite a long time ago, but we see that it's still very, very active, and we will certainly have a discussion around that during the symposium. We have selected this particular location this year as it is quite symbolic and iconic of aviation, and EUROCAE indeed for 60 years has been much involved in supporting the aviation and the evolution of aviation through standardization. So welcome to all of you. We have organized for this particular symposium a certain number of sessions to present to you the main topics of aviation during these years. I think that you will find interesting those different topics, and we had the opportunity to have and the chance to have very high-level speakers from key companies and organizations in the domain. We will start, as we are in this 60th anniversary, we will start with a session dedicated to EUROCAE and its environment and standardization, the evolution, where we are, where we go, where we were some time ago, and we will exchange with that with you. And then we have a number of topics that will be addressed through the panels during the 2 days, starting with digitalization of ATM, the new certification framework for the ground ATM system and the role of EASA in the ATM domain, the challenge of sustainability for aviation and the road to zero emission, the challenge of safety deploying the new air mobility solutions, the evolution of military aviation and synergies with civil aviation, the future of spectrum, which is a scarce resource, and the expected impact of artificial intelligence. So quite a number, you see quite a broad scope of topics that we will address during these 2 days, and I think you will find interest in that, of course. And that's it for me at this stage. I will come back to talk to you several times, I guess, during the day. And now I will leave the floor. We will have a session of keynote speeches, first starting with Mr. Damien Cazet. Mr. Damien Cazet is Director General of the Civil Aviation in France, the French DGAC. In 2020, he was appointed to this role, succeeding to Patrick Gandil, and likely many of you know him. He cannot be with us today, so he recorded a video message to host you, to address to you as a representative of our host country, France. As we have this year, of course, also Le Bourget is in France, which is not completely independent from the fact that EUROCAE is actually based in France, not so far from here. It's actually less than 10 kilometers from here, 2 area stations, so it's very easy to access from here. So the floor is now to Mr. Damien Cazet, and we start with his video message. Thank you.
Dear President of EUROCAE, Director General, dear esteemed guests, it is my honor to address you today, both to you here in Paris and to those joining us online from all around the world. Unfortunately, my duties do not allow me to be present among you today, but I wanted to be able to address you these few words. It is my privilege to welcome you to the 2023 EUROCAE Symposium at one of the most iconic aviation museums in the world, the National Air and Space Museum of France at Le Bourget. This museum is not only an architectural masterpiece, but also houses an impressive collection of historic aircraft and spacecraft, making it the perfect setting for a gathering of aviation experts from all over the world. Aviation has a long tradition here in France. France stands among the leading countries in aviation, and French companies continue to push the boundaries of aviation and excellence. The aviation industry is not only a source of pride for France, but also an important contributor to our economy. Moreover, aviation connects people, cultures around the world, promoting tourism, trade, and a better understanding between people. As our industry recovers from COVID, we are facing new challenges. More than ever, we have to work together at a European level to make every aspect of our industry sustainable. Not only aircraft, but also air traffic management, airport, and airline operations. As one of the founding countries of the European Union, we firmly believe in the role the EU plays for aviation. The EU has been instrumental with the creation of the European Union Aviation Safety Agency, EASA, and Single European Sky. This creates a framework for safe, secure, smart and sustainable aviation throughout the EU for our citizens. Our European model is recognized worldwide for its robustness and excellence. But it is not only about the institutions. Research and development at European level through programs such as Single European Sky, ATM Research, CESAR, or Clean Aviation. At a national level here in France, we complement this EU-level work. To give some examples, I would like to refer to the French Council for Civil Aeronautical Research, CORAC. Since 2008, this council supported research and innovation for aircraft construction and has enabled the advent of more efficient and sustainable aircraft. I would also like to refer to the French Transport Innovation Agency. Created in 2021, this new agency deals with every transport mode: road, rail, sea, air. This multimodal approach is particularly interesting to find solutions at the level of the full transportation system, with the idea to develop complementarities and synergies between transportation modes. From the very beginning, France supported EUROCAE. The French Civil Aviation Administration was the first national administration to join EUROCAE in 1966. Since then, DGAC has been involved in the working groups and in the governing bodies of EUROCAE. It is still the case today, with representatives ready to be more than ever committed to the future of the association. Today, I wish to reassert this support to EUROCAE, which plays such an important role in the European aviation landscape. This brings me to to the reason why we are here today, and which is crucial for aviation: standards. Standards are a fundamental part of aviation, ensuring that all stakeholders in the industry operate in a consistent and safe manner. They help to promote interoperability, innovation, and efficiency, and are essential to the continued success and growth of the aviation industry. Standards play a crucial role in innovation as they create level playing fields, stable environments, and frameworks in which further innovation can take place. Standards, therefore, directly support the competitiveness of our European industry and help bringing our European excellence to further levels. A strategic approach to standardization should be at the center of all industrial policy, and I am extremely proud to see that French institutions and our industry are so firmly engaged in organizations like EUROCAE. Mobility is at the very center of our socio-economic fabric. Aviation facilitates social connections and access to goods and services, including trade, jobs, healthcare, leisure activities, and education. In today's world, mobility by air is all about efficiencies, speed, interconnectivity, and accessibility by all. Aviation is now going further than connecting continents and cities. It is starting to impact mobility within cities. At Paris, for the Olympic Games in 2024, we are working to make flying taxis a reality, and are working closely with stakeholders to make this happen. All of this is possible only thanks to the dedication of the industry, governments, and international organizations such as EUROCAE. Looking back at 60 years of developments, this is a remarkable success for which I would like to congratulate you and your members. For now, I wish all of you a great conference and a wonderful time in our National Air and Space Museum. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed, Monsieur Cazet, for this keynote speech. I would like to turn now to introduce the next keynote speaker, who is Patrick Key. Patrick has over 30 years of experience in civil aviation and has been Executive Director of EASA since 2013. And I'm glad that he can address us today. And if I can just add a big thank you to Patrick for all your support that you have given to EUROCAE over the last couple of years in your role. Patrick, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Anna. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Because of my name, every speech I give is always a key speech. But first of all, I would like to thank you, Anna, for the invitation to speak to you today. It's a great pleasure for me to address this very special EUROCAE Symposium, marking the 60th anniversary of the EUROCAE organization. EUROCAE was established as a non-profit organization. I'm not sure you make profit now, but okay, kind of. It was established obviously in '63 under the name of the European Organization for Civil Aviation Equipment, and with the objective of developing standards for European civil aviation. 60 years on, EUROCAE has over 450 members, including representatives from the complete industry spectrum, as well as service providers, research institutes, regulators, and international organizations. Although it is a European standardization organization, its membership is open to organizations and industries across the globe, and it has established itself as the European leader in the development of industry standards for aviation that are recognized worldwide. I don't know if you are aware of that, but EASA is also celebrating an anniversary. We are a much younger organization. We are celebrating our 20th anniversary. And the good relationship between EASA and EUROCAE dates back to the very beginning of our agency, so 20 years ago. We inherited the basis of this partnership from the joint aviation authorities, and it has been nurtured and developed over the years. What is the basis for this strong relationship between a safety regulator and a standardization organization? I think it was already expressed by Damien Cazet. The answer is very simple. Aviation is based on standards, and the standards produced by the industry within EUROCAE serve aviation very well. I would like in my remarks to consider three aspects of EUROCAE and EASA's working together. First one is how aviation standards support certification and regulatory compliance. Second point, the importance of harmonization worldwide. And third, to offer some thoughts on EUROCAE's future from our perspective. Looking first at certification and regulatory compliance, it's clear that our airworthiness specifications are, by their nature, high level, in order to allow to accommodate different types of aircraft types and models and different technological solutions. Industry, working through EUROCAE, can propose their own means to demonstrate compliance with these specifications. Or they can work together to develop industry consensus-based standards that can be proposed to the competent authority, in that case, in the case of Europe, it's us, as the means to show compliance. So, in essence, the standards developed by EUROCAE are used by us as a means of compliance with our specifications. And over time, our regulations are becoming more and more performance-based because of the level of innovation in the aircraft, because of the new technologies, the new business models, which were not previously considered by air transportation and were not considered by us as a safety regulator. Just to give you some examples, of course, you can think about artificial intelligence and digitalization, but also about new constraints and emerging challenges such as security and cyber threats, but also the challenges of sustainability. All of this means that we need to have more and more industry standards to ensure safety, secure harmonization, and seamless connectivity, level playing fields, resilience and sustainability, but keeping flexibility and innovation. And that's really what is the key challenge, to have more standards, but also keep flexibility and innovation. And EUROCAE is a very strong partner for this. Among the various organizations that produce standards for aviation, EUROCAE is a clear leader on the international stage. The organization has been able to produce standards over the years on critical aviation equipment, systems and processes that have been developed together with aviation industry leaders and the aviation regulators and are able to support the certification process. The European aviation industry needs the standards developed by EUROCAE to achieve wide recognition, as aviation is by its very nature not local or regional but international. This means we need harmonization of standards across the globe. To this end, EUROCAE has partnerships with all relevant standardization organizations and international organizations such as SAE, ASTM and ASD STAN. One particular partner, and Terry is here today, is RTCA, which has had a very strong partnership with EUROCAE, including having joint working groups, which I think are the best way to ensure harmonization between at least Europe and the USA. As EASA, we welcome this collaboration so as to ensure that standards are developed without duplication or competition, and that industry and authorities make the best use of available resources for the development of standards, thereby avoiding gaps and overlaps and ensuring efficiency. Equally important to mention is the role of EUROCAE in creating the so-called standardization coordination groups. This concept was created by EUROCAE together with us, EASA, and with the support of the European Commission. We have now 3 standards cooperation groups, one for ATM, one for UAS, and thirdly, cybersecurity for aviation. The role of these coordination groups, which are currently chaired by EASA staff and where EUROCAE staff provide secretarial support, is relevant to ensure that in these domains a rolling development plan is maintained. The objective is to progressively update and reflect the current situation with respect to the regulations roadmap in that field. The groups also provide a method for the identification and discussion of overlaps and gaps, and forms a basis for feedback to contributing organizations. This leads to an overall improvement in coordination of standards development and task sharing among all the involved standardization organizations. It also coordinates our input into ICAO. In practice, the groups have proved to be extremely beneficial for the further development in those key technical domains. Thirdly, as I have this opportunity, I would like to make a few observations on what EASA would like to see for the future of EUROCAE. What would be our proposed strategy for you, our wish list and priorities? Not surprisingly, I think we would like to see alignment between your strategy and our own strategy. Our main strategy objectives and priorities are defined in governance documents. I don't need to give you the acronyms for those. But we have a wide program of work that ranges from new areas in aviation, such as eVTOLs, innovative air mobility, urban mobility, to wider trends, such as artificial intelligence, automation, autonomy, and virtual reality, to technical innovation such as new propulsion, new avionics, and improved ATM, and of course the compelling activities around the environment and sustainability. We are also investing on new concepts like extended minimum crew operations or single pilot operations, which will require a high degree of coordination and new standards to be developed. In our regular meetings with EUROCAE's Director General and technical program managers, as well as through our participation to the EUROCAE governance, such as the Technical Advisory Council Committee and the European Council, we try to contribute as much as we can to the setting of the right priorities for the development of aviation standards to support the industry in the years to come. As you will appreciate, many of our priorities and strategic objectives and areas of work are in the new domains, such as US, VTOLs, and so on. However, we must not forget the maintenance of already existing standards, for example, on flight data recorders or standards for software development assurance. Such standards need review when working on new technologies or may also require updating due to learnings from in-service experiences, such as results of serious incidents or accidents. In addition, we see an urgent need to ensure standardization consolidation and define a process for this. I would like, before I close, to look at one technical area, namely data link, where there has been, in our view, a proliferation of standards over the years. I will give a bit more details on this because I think it illustrates the problem well. Data link, we believe, are the cornerstone or the foundation for digitalization of air transport, and it's certainly an underlying technology which is needed in a number of the developments that I mentioned before. Currently, there are no fewer than 17 standards that are applicable to data link. 10 of those standards are in the process of being updated, and there are another 5 new standards which are under development. This means that in the near future, we will have no fewer than 22 standards in total. In addition, there are 4 working groups addressing different aspects of data link, working groups 76, 82, 92, and 108. I'm sure you can agree with me that this is an unworkable situation in which we are losing resources, we are losing efficiency. We have tried to tackle this subject in our white paper on future connectivity for aviation that we published together with the FAA, Airbus and Boeing, and the paper lays out a path towards a future where data link speaks the same language and uses the same format over the same link. We already agreed with EUROCAE to organize a workshop with the relevant parties to explore how these working groups can consolidate their efforts towards the objectives of the white paper. And Terry, I hope that in the US we can do the same. This is key in my view, to ensuring the consolidation of standards in this domain and finally be able to achieve the full deployment of a digital link between the aircraft and the ground. The ICAO standards, SARPs, for data link, Christian, you know when they were published? 1990. So it's not 60 years, but it's 30 years, and it's still not fully implemented. So it's urgent now to really do something about it. And I think that we have a good way forward in which EUROCAE and RTCA will play a major role. Our last wish is to have EUROCAE to work together with us and other industry leaders to ensure that there are sufficient available resources from the industry to support the very important standardization work. We see indeed that in some of the working groups, such as the one on cybersecurity, the support of European industry is constantly decreasing. This makes it difficult to develop high-quality standards at the necessary speed. I recognize the fact that the contribution to EUROCAE working groups is voluntary, but we need, for some topics such as AI, cybersecurity and others, a very efficient and focused contribution from industry members to make those working groups work. To wrap up my remarks, I would like to emphasize that we have an ever better and stronger collaboration with you, Anna, as EUROCAE DG, and with all the staff of the organization. We congratulate and applaud EUROCAE for its growth and evolution in the last 60 years, and we will be ready to work even closer to ensure that the standards being developed by EUROCAE continue to support safe, secure, efficient, sustainable, and innovative aviation industrial development. I wish you all a very successful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Patrick. And indeed, we are aligning very closely our work program with that of EASA, and with EASA being represented both in our council and in the technical advisory committee. We appreciate that support and alignment. I would now like to turn over to our sponsors and to give them the opportunity to address us and the audience very briefly. First, I would like to give the floor to Benoit Gadefet. Benoit is the Vice President Technical for Safran Helicopter Engines and has been at the EUROCAE Council for 2 years now, right? Benoit, over to you.
Maybe we can start by the video. Thank you. So as Anna was mentioning, my name is Benoit Gadefet and I'm the head of airworthiness for Safran Helicopter Engines and the council member of EUROCAE. So it's a great pleasure and a great honor for Safran to kick off this symposium, which is specific by many means. First, because we are celebrating a great anniversary. Not so many standardization organizations around the world can claim such an honorable age and at the same time be in such a great shape and with such a young and fertile mindset. Second, Bruno recalled it also earlier, this symposium is being hosted in a very nice place, so inspiring for our community of aeronautic professionals. And last but not least, because this symposium has a very rich agenda. We will tackle some extremely important topics, paramount for the future of aviation, and for which EUROCAE undoubtedly can positively contribute. Most of the subjects that we will discuss in these 2 days are driven by our changing environment. Climate change drives the absolute need to follow our sustainability roadmap, and we must meet success. War at the door of Europe is also a dull step back and will force us to revisit the rules and technologies for sharing the sky between military and civilians, especially with the increasing use of unmanned vehicles. Increasing cyber threats, which can even now become war tools for certain nations, will force aviation to increase robustness of all digital tools and to abide by new regulations like the upcoming Part IS. Some of the subjects we will discuss are triggered by rising new technologies, whether it is digital omnipresence, artificial intelligence, new urban mobilities. In all cases, we can see that EUROCAE is very active, and this proves the undisputable central place that EUROCAE plays in Europe, but not only, for standardization. Safran acknowledges this central role and is a strong supporter of this organization, and also a strong support to an efficient connection between EUROCAE and our authority, the EASA. It has been recalled by Patricky, and it is all the more true with the new regulation, which are more and more performance-based. Clearly, these gives, in the acceptable means of compliance, a stronger role for standards, and this is why we are supporting so much a strong connection between the EASA and EUROCAE. Coming back to our symposium, I believe that the prepared agenda for the next 2 days is very well suited to our current concerns. So I wish the different presentations and panel discussions will lead to more questions and thoughts, and will help EUROCAE tune its right priorities for the future. Thank you for your attention, and have a nice 2 days of discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Benoit and to Safran for your sponsorship. And finally, in this keynote session, I would like to turn over the floor to Dean McCauley, who's the Senior Strategy Manager with Thales LAS, our second gold sponsor. Dean.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Thales, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present to you today and at this symposium for 2023. As you might have already realised, I'm on behalf of Thales LAS France, but I'm not French. I'm from Melbourne, Australia, and I recently moved here to Paris with my family, which was a great opportunity for me. Although I'm new to France, I've been actually in Thales for quite a long time, nearly 25 years actually, and I actually started my career as a graduate software engineer straight out of university. And one of the first things I was looking at within a few weeks of working was EUROCAE standards. I was working with those standards in the data link domain for quite a number of years. And I even remember, and I can recall, the first standards that came out, which were harmonizing between the different aircraft manufacturers for data link and in our oceanic environments. So it was a great achievement to harmonize those. 60 years is an incredible milestone for any organization, and I think, and on behalf of Thales, we congratulate you on achieving it. We're proud to be a supporter of EUROCAE, and we look forward to a future of collaborating in our relationship together. Global standards for ground and airborne systems have been critical to the ongoing safety and interoperability within the aviation industry. They continue to be a necessity today, and they will be even more important as ATM and UTM market needs continue to evolve. We face new challenges as we progress towards the objective of open architectures within a safety-critical environment, especially for air traffic management systems and the integration of UTM for the management of drones. Evolving our safety standards such that we leverage open interfaces and ease the complexity of integrating third-party systems and components within the operational system will benefit all stakeholders. Leading ANSPs around the world have been communicating their desire for such an architectural approach. In an age where data is the new oil, we need to find modern ways to seek interfaces between our components and subsystems that are less bespoke and less proprietary, and that we leverage open standards and formats to accommodate the reality that different suppliers build their components and systems and applications differently. With common open standards and APIs and sharing more data in a private and secure manner, the integration of these different systems and components can be simplified. This will support the ANSP quest to ensure that they can have best-in-breed capabilities and access to and avoid vendor lock-in, while ensuring that they can operate an advanced system that meets all safety and security standards. The sharing of data presents a challenge in itself, as we face more and more scrutiny from governments and states who are enforcing data privacy and localization laws that create new barriers and make it even more difficult to utilize new approaches. However, these laws do not make it an impossible task. They merely require us to take the right steps to ensure that data ethics, privacy, and security are managed appropriately as we become more data-driven and move towards the future. Open interfaces and architectures also invite smaller players, such as startups or SMEs, to participate in the ATM and UTM ecosystem, focusing on functionalities and capabilities at which they excel. Their applications and systems can be included in an overall system solution without compromise and avoiding excessive costs for qualification and integration. The challenge of supporting this evolution requires ensuring systems remain and requiring that systems remain safe and secure is no small feat. However, other industries are already benefiting from modern technologies, including cloud technologies and modern architectures for greater flexibility, scalability, and resilience. So we need to understand how the ATM and UTM ecosystem can also benefit. Thank you again for your attention, and congratulations once again, and enjoy the symposium over the next couple of days.
Thank you very much, Dean, and to Thales for their sponsorship, as well as also again to all of our other sponsors, Airbus, Indra, and Kievan as silver, Collins, Frequentis, Honeywell, and Skyjet as bronze sponsors, and of course our partner, the European Commission. Without any further ado, I'd like to turn over to our first panel, which we will start off with a little bit of a history session. We will be looking at, as at every good anniversary, there will be a couple of bad pictures from the past that show the fashion evolution over the last couple of years. But we will also be looking back a little bit at the history of EUROCAE and how we got to the place that we got here. So I would like to invite the speakers of the first panel to join me on the stage. Christian Schleifer, who's been EUROCAE Secretary General and then Director General from 2014 onwards, and since last year is representative of Austria and the ABIS group on the ICAO Council. Where are you? There you are. Please. Bruno, who's our president and was introduced already. Maria Algaruz, who's been at EASA since 2006 in various positions and is now the EASA Drones Manager within the Executive Directorate and reporting directly to Patrick in that position. And she also sits on the EUROCAE Council since a couple of years, which is a very important input for us in the Council to do the work. And finally, Terry McVenis, RTCA President since 2018. And as Patrick already mentioned, together with his team, we run about half of our working groups jointly and coordinate very closely on many other topics. Before I turn to the panel itself, I'd like to, as I mentioned, go a little bit over the history. And I promise I won't be long, and it won't be a boring history lesson, and there won't be a test at the end. But just to look back, almost day for day, 60 years ago, on the 24th of April, EUROCAE was created as the European Organization for Civil Aviation Electronics, not equipment yet, in Lucerne by the ECAC, to support the rising European industry on the global market. At that point, we had 23 members, all manufacturers from Belgium, France, Italy, the Netherlands, and the UK. Very quickly we moved on and established collaboration with RTCA, because the partners at that point saw the need to work together with RTCA, who had been established in 1935, so 30 years before even, and to initiate this collaboration. 2 years after the creation, we published the first document. As Monsieur Cazet mentioned, the first DGAC, the French CA, became member in 1966. And also in 1966, ECAC formally recommended EUROCAE specifications to be used by the national authorities as basis for regulatory processes. Moving on to the 70s, the organization continues to grow. Some important working groups are set up, such as Working Group 12 on data processing and software, Working Group 13 on area navigation, or Working Group 14. This is still running today, since 1973. So we have actually another anniversary to celebrate, I guess, this year. Also in 1973, Eurocontrol joins as a member, and to date is still a very important partner for us. 1976, we published the first document jointly with RTCA, ED14 DO160, environmental test conditions, which still nowadays is at revision G, if I'm not mistaken, but still worldwide the recognized standard for environmental test conditions. After 20 years of existence, EUROCAE counts 59 members, had activated 26 working groups, and published more than 40 documents already. The first non-European members joined from the US and Canada, and some key standards are published, such as ED12 DO178, laying the foundations of software assurance processes as we know and still use today. We also further extend the scope to GPS and non-electronic equipment. And at the end of that decade, we become the European Organization for Civil Aviation Equipment, with a new logo that I think all of you have been seeing and using in the last years since. As we move into the 1990s, the first JTSOs make reference to EUROCAE standards. Patrick mentioned it earlier, the JA was a very important partner for EUROCAE in the past, and we've built on that relationship then when EASA took over. And this is, we had at that time an excellent relation with the JA, including a memorandum of understanding recognizing EUROCAE already at that time as the preferable body to develop standards. The cooperation with RTCA and SAE moves on. We published the first joint document with SAE, and David is here in the room as well. I looked it up, ED81 ARP 5413 on indirect effects of lightning. So many, many years ago already. And Working Group 31 to date is still also running as a joint activity. Also in the 90s, we already started discussions at the European level with the European Commission and the European standards organizations in view of the move ahead into the 2000s to what we now call the Single European Sky. We also further extend the activities into airport and other activities, like with the publication of ED200 on ACE and GCS. The Secretariat at that time had 5 staff members, so about half, not even half the size of what we have today. With the new millennium, as we move to the 2000s, come new challenges and opportunities for the organizations, and especially the growing and continuing EU integration and the creation of the Single European Sky will boost EUROCAE's position and activities. Since 2004, I don't need to tell you, you all know it, but the EU has gained competencies in air traffic management, and the decision-making process moved away from the intergovernmental to the European framework. The EU's main objective is to reform ATM in Europe and cope with a sustained air traffic growth and operations under the safest, most cost and flight efficient and environmentally friendly conditions. This also entailed then the creation of EASA. As Patrick mentioned, you also have a jubilee this year to celebrate. But from the very beginning, we established contacts with EASA, including a framework contract already signed in 2006. The entire single sky concept obviously relied very much on industry standards, especially those who have been involved with that, with the interoperability regulation and the famous community specifications, which recognized EUROCAE as one of the provider of those standards together with the ESOs and of course Eurocontrol. To accompany that, we started off the ATM-SCG, which will later develop into the EASCG and the other groups. New technologies come along, which also reflect in new working groups, such as on UAS. And with the pace of innovation picking up, the pace of creating working groups also increases. The signature of the MOU with ICAO lays the foundations for a closer working relationship with ICAO, obviously, but also amongst the standards-making organizations, ARINC, EUROCAE, RTCA, and SAE, and also brought the famous Standards Roundtable along. ICAO will formally recognize EUROCAE as an international organization a few years later in 2015. Moving on, 2010. So we're getting closer to today. EUROCAE continues to grow, and this is really the theme for this decade, growth and partnership. In 2013, 10 years ago, we had 146 members, just about a third of what we have today. Patrick mentioned it today, we have 450 members, and we continue to grow. The first Asian members are joining with ENRI. Shigeru is here, and I think you have been one of the really proponents of this growth, and many other Asian members have joined since. In 2013 also we had 26 active working groups. Again, only about half of what we operate today. 2014 we finally created the 100th working group on remote and virtual towers, and this is really one also that is a flagship initiative of the Single European Sky ATM Research CESAR, and a good example of how innovation and standardization go hand in hand. We worked tirelessly during that decade to improve our processes, introduced a process automation and quality management approach, and the robustness of those processes was recognized by the World Trade Organization as in compliance with the international guidelines for good practice of standardization under the TBT agreements. We also showed our agility when we started to work in support of a very new industry, the eVTOLs. And we showed also how the collaboration between industry and the authority with EASA can work, and Patrick mentioned it briefly, how this can be an approach, and this is a good approach to offer to the industry in the end a package of all the means of compliance that are needed to move towards certification. In this decade we also signed not less than 10 MOCs, MOUs, cooperation agreements with fellow SDOs, European and international organizations, industry and professional groups. Those agreements we can use today to leverage and improve the quality of the standards through representation of all of those who are involved and impacted. The 2020s are still young, but we've seen some of the biggest impacts on aviation and on society we could have imagined. A global pandemic that put all of us to a halt within a few days, and then the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Whilst these events have profoundly shaken society at large and us as an aviation community, EUROCAE as an organization was able to thrive and continue operations without major impacts. This was thanks on the one hand to our online infrastructure, the workspace, the portal that we had introduced a couple of years before, but also to the dedication of the working group leaders, all of the members, the council, TAC, and the secretariat teams. We also saw last year the creation of a new type of working group, next generation of aviation professionals. We saw that as one of the issues in the past identified already with a shortage of personnel, but how can we as an organization based on members support the members recover from the profound shocks of COVID and the aftermath. So we thought we would create this, and I see Kate is here in the room as one of the co-chairs. This is really, I think, a very important group, showing that it's not only about the classical MOBS for TCAS that we can develop. As we start moving ahead, we'll discuss a bit on that in the rest of the sessions. Priorities have shifted, and we are reflecting on those through the technical work program, through the council and the TAC. Resilience, scalability, sustainability, digitalization, and new entrants are the topic of the hour. And we reflect really on those within the TAC and the council. Again, in doing so, we can rely on all of those partnership agreements that we have signed in the last couple of years. For example, also earlier this year with the CESAR joint undertaking and deployment manager in the spirit of the ATM single value chain, as well as our fellow SDOs, SAE, with whom we signed an updated cooperation agreement last year, and RTCA. I won't spoil it, but we'll sign an updated agreement later today. So here we are in 2023, stronger than ever and ready for the future. And with this, I'd like to move over to the panel and discuss this a little bit further with them. Because here on the panel, we really have some of the people that have most profoundly brought EUROCAE forward. But just before, if this works, yes, but just before turning to you who are the present leaders, I'd also like to recognize the past leaders, because without all of them, we wouldn't be here. We found pictures of almost everyone, and I told you they're bad pictures in terms of bad family. No, Christian, you look good. You look good. No, but honestly, the General David, who was the first Secretary General, Michel de Gironville, Bernard Perret, Francis Grimal, who's also in the room with us today, bienvenue, Gilbert Amato, who brought me to EUROCAE in 2011, Abdoulaye, Christian, from whom I've learned an awful deal and taken over from, and then finally me. Without all of them and their teams, EUROCAE would certainly not be what we are today, and I think we should recognize that and thank all of them, the leaders on behalf of their teams, but also the council, the TAC members, and all of the members that have accompanied EUROCAE over the 60 years. So thank you very much for that, first of all. And now I would like to turn over to us as a panel. So, whilst we look at the history, and maybe we start a little bit with the newest history, or Christian, you've been Secretary General since 2014, and then Director General when we amended the Constitution and brought the organization to a new level. If you look back at 8 years of Director Generalship, if we can say so, what was EUROCAE like when you took over, and what were the main changes or highlights that you take from those 8 years?
Thanks a lot, Anna, and good morning to all. Thanks again for inviting me. It's still like coming home, and I enjoy being part of the family of EUROCAE. Even you don't like my picture so much, and I think I color my hair now a bit more white, but the rest is it. You have stolen a bit the thunder out of my storm. What I wanted to say is, obviously we have worked too close together the last couple of years, because you have mentioned a lot what was when I took over EUROCAE 8 years ago. And when I came into this room, I found a good comparison to that. It was like going into the rooms in Malakoff at this time. So it was a bit dark, it was a bit, and this cage around the structure, this cage around EUROCAE, prevented us to move forward, you know. So there was something, and I think we got rid of that over the years with the support of the members. And that's the only note I made, Anna, is the difference that we had not even, I think, 600 or 700 experts registered at this time, and we moved to 4,500. By the way, this was one of my biggest mistake I ever did in this organization, because when we moved to an automation system and implemented our new IT system, I estimated, yeah, we will move from 600 to 1,000. That was wrong after a year or a couple of months, and we moved far above that. But I think EUROCAE, and when I took over the job, and we had a lot of discussions with the governing board, with the council, there was the aim to move and to turn the big boat in a different direction, turn it by 90 degrees. So it was a massive turn at this time. It was not easy, but we had to change, not knowing that this change became the usual way of working. And I think we are now used to change permanently, to adapt to the permanent change of the permanent needs. I mean, we didn't think about, you know, environment being, and not the environmental conditions we had in our famous ED. It's to address the environment. Addressing environment in a mean being CO2 neutral in 2050. Sustainable aviation fuels need standards. We want to have alternative propulsion system, need standards. We have seen that with Safran and the introduction. We know that ATM and operation will have improvements, efficiency gains, which need standards. And we are here to complement the regulatory frame. And that was also a little bit the difference at the time. I think the culture we had, and Terry is a bit older, no, not you, Terry, but your organization is a bit older, so the culture, the culture in the US was a bit different. And I think we catched up in the meantime, knowing that we have to provide the package, the regulatory frame, with the standards in combination in order to have an industrialization and give the industry the tools what we need. And I think that's what we are having today. What I can do now and what I still do on an ICAO level is to promote what we are doing here in Standards Developing Organization, because I fully believe in it. I know that what we are doing and what you are doing here is correct, is high quality, and has something we can rely on globally. And I think we all moved from a national regional perspective into an international scope of organization. I leave it with that. Thanks, Anna, again for inviting me. Very happy to be here.
And we are always happy to have you back. Thank you, Christian. And I'm sorry I stole a bit of your thunder in that. It shows that, you know, great minds think alike, maybe. But I think it's really important looking at, you know, the last 8 or 10 years, the growth in membership, the growth in how many working groups we've launched. This really shows the importance of the standardization activity, and also what Patrick mentioned earlier on, this stronger and stronger reliance on each other's work and the stronger collaboration with the regulators here.
It's a good example. You mentioned Working Group 100. We established Working Group 100 when I came here first time, and now we have 152. Well, I still say we, 25. But yeah. So you see how much, you know, the curve went up in the recent past, and how much SDOs became more important in the whole structure.
But maybe now we're stealing Maria's thunder for what she will be talking about. But before we turn to Maria, Bruno, you've been our president now for not 3 years, but 3 terms since October 2020. If you look back at your presidency, maybe not the easiest one in the history of EUROCAE, because many changes happened, but what were the main driving forces for you in that? What were the main highlights and what were the main achievements that you brought with the Council?
Some interest in going back more or less 3 years ago, as we were full in these pandemic conditions, And you remember in 2020 when I was elected, it was not possible to have the symposium this year, and we had to shift the General Assembly by 6 months, and it was fully virtual and so on. So that was quite difficult conditions we had at the time, and we know that for the aviation industry in general, that was quite a strong and difficult moment to go through. But what was interesting is that in terms of EUROCAE activities, overall, the level of activity was maintained, and indeed the number of documents published and so on was kept as planned, and that was very interesting to see how this standardization activity could take on the new digital environment quite rapidly to work and continue publishing the standards as was required. Moreover, there was, and that we will be back to the increase of the scope, I would say, of EUROCAE. There was also this need for new standards that were, I would say, quite outside the scope, the usual scope or traditional scope of EUROCAE, where indeed we just discovered that it was possible that EUROCAE work on that, and we were in the council, for example, there were quite strong discussions around that. Was it relevant for EUROCAE to go to standards on the disinfection of aircraft, for example? Quite a good question, but at the end of the day, it proved that EUROCAE had the element, the strengths, I would say, in terms of process, methodology, and so on, to also work with these type of things, because after all, it's always I would say organizing working groups with experts, proper experts, and having the process to develop the standard, the documents, and approve them and validate them. So that worked quite well, and it created some more confidence in the possibility for EUROCAE to go further and expand activity, expand membership, and so on. Because I must say there's been always a discussion within the council, how far shall we expand, and how far can we go without losing maybe some of our, I would say, what's the word for that, of our essence, you see? So I think that's it. Apart from that, of course, you mentioned increased cooperation. We talked about all the MOCs with the different SDOs. That's very important, this level of cooperation between the different SDOs and avoiding unnecessary competition there. That's a real important point. The other point is what has been understood likely after several years of CESAR activities or clean aviation, clean sky activities and so on, is that it's important that standardization is properly placed in the overall value chain, as you mentioned, and that's very important that things are coordinated so that the standard come with the right level of maturity at the right moment to some extent. So that's kind of things to be tuned in some way, and that's been something that has been quite addressed during the last years. Needs some work still, but been addressed. So, that's what I can say at this stage.
Thank you, Bruno. Indeed, quite some discussions ongoing for aircraft disinfection standards or now the next generation aviation professionals, but it shows that EUROCAE is not only TCAS or ADS-B standards. We can use the process for a lot more, and we'll use that for whatever we can support the aviation community with. Maria, if I can turn to you, Patrick already mentioned a few things in his introductory speech, but can you maybe elaborate on that a little bit more, on this collaboration between EASA and EUROCAE, how we leverage that really today? The VTOLs are one good example, but obviously just one. Maybe you can give us a bit more on EASA's perspective here.
So, okay. Thank you very much, Anna, and good morning, everybody, and thank you also for inviting us to take part in this panel. Yes, a lot have been said by Patrick, and I just would like to make an example what happened if we would not have standards. So, and how the regulatory framework will look like. And at the beginning, when I started working, basically reviewing, like many of us, EUROCAE standards, starting working on navigation database management. And I was working in an amendment to Europe's one at the time to try to develop, at that time it was all together, in the JAROPS to try to develop what airlines we need to do in order to ensure the quality of the navigation databases. Guess what? We have a huge amount of pages for what an airlines and the engineers there we need to do to validate those data. And when the standard was developed, it was much simpler. You just refer to the standard. And all the experts working on that, not me in isolation working on a file, all the experts working on that will work together in a group and develop and evolve the standards. And as the standard has evolved, the regulation have evolved, and we have today basically database organizations which on the basis of the standard receive a certificate, they give it to the airlines, and it's so much simple. So standards have been needed also to make the job of the regulator what it should be, to set the objectives, but not to set the way how to achieve the objectives. We have means of compliance, but it is much more simple to have actually standards developed by the industry on a consensus basis, such as EUROCAE, which contain all the details on how really to do the work. And this is why we believe, and we are evolving into a pattern that we believe is the way to go, working group 112, but also we have in artificial intelligence, and we will go also in the working group 105, for instance, for the subgroup 4 for the standards of UIS design. So the idea is that the regulator set up the objectives, but actually the expert in the working group developed all the standards that at the end they are referred in the means of compliance. And that will be for us the ideal world. And the standards played in all regulations. I mean, I was just thinking a little bit when Patrick was is remote hours. I mean, the standard of EUROCAE made all the way to the ICAO SARPs. So it's a reference in a note, but we were super happy because we have to, based on that, SMGCS is all the standards, one very old standard which is used today, software development assurance. So all the standards are playing a key role for the development of the regulations, and we actually need to go more and more one-in-one, developing the regulation and also thinking on development of the standards. This is what has happened, for instance, in cybersecurity, and AI will go even further. We develop the standard before we will start working on the regulation. So it's a lot of examples. For us, it's very important. We have a lot of resources in EASA which are devoted to the standard making process. Not as much as we wish, because resources are always a constraint for regulators, but we believe is the only way really to make our work. So we need you to make our work.
And we'll do our best to do so. And doing our best to do so also means collaborating with RTCA. Terry mentioned it in his. Patrick mentioned it in his speech. I'm looking at you, Terry, and I'm thinking Patrick. So, he mentioned it in his speech. This is really a crucial cornerstone of the harmonization also between the EU and the US and finally worldwide. And we've had this partnership since the very early days of EUROCAE. Really, it wasn't even established since a year that we entered into this. Maybe from your perspective, what makes us that strong, and what's the beauty of that partnership?
Well, thanks, Anna, for inviting me to be here today, and welcome everybody. And congratulations on 60 years. That's a great achievement, and what a great setting and hallowed ground here at this facility and this airport, from the history of aviation that's been so important here. That international collaboration with us and EUROCAE is really important, because when you take a look at our members operate worldwide. They don't just operate in individual countries. Your sponsors here today are worldwide companies. Many of your members are worldwide companies, as ours are. So from a purely business standpoint, they want to make sure that they're developing a product that can be used in an international environment. And so having those international standards are very important to the success, not only from the regulatory perspective in terms of creating a basis for certification, but from a business aspect for the companies that we serve. And so that's why that international collaboration is so very important, and why the partnership that we have is really one of the gems of a member value proposition that we give to each of our members, in knowing that they're working together in an international environment that's going to be helping those companies and helping the regulators work collaboratively together as well. Short answer.
Thanks for that short answer. But indeed, I think we've also seen a lot of cases where our collaboration has helped EASA and the FAA to collaborate, and vice versa. So I think there's a good synergy between both regulators and both SDOs here. Yeah. I came from the operations world as an airline person, airline pilot, where you're really looking mostly behind you and things that are going on. When you start looking at the standards world and certification and working with different companies, you really get a kind of a peek into the future in terms of what's coming at us. And by the way, there's a lot coming at us right now, probably more than I've ever seen in my entire lifetime. But having that view into the future, if you will, can actually help, help the regulator get on board with some of the things that are coming, because none of us can really operate in a vacuum. We do have to depend on each other and bring those issues to the industry, bring those issues to the regulator as well, to help get everybody on the same page, if you will. But having that look into the future has been just really exciting to see. And indeed, it certainly is, and there's a lot coming at us, as you say. Maria mentioned this international dimension, that ICAO references standards. Christian, maybe you, in your new role now, you obviously are in a very different position than you used to be the last couple of years, but that also opens up maybe a perspective for you to talk a little bit about the international dimension, the ICAO dimension here.
I'm in the luxury position to be a council member now, so I was looking up to them, so I became a council member at ICAO. But indeed, I think there are two sides, and one side was addressed by Terry already. It's our membership, which became more global. And I think that also was a work done behind the scenes, that we moved into global organizations, and the world understood that we are open and we have a transparent and open and really very transparent process how we develop standards and how you can participate in the development process. That means even if you are not actively, you have an open consultation process, open to everybody. And I think that was a huge step forward in having this quality. And let me address also this one point again, by all means of growing in all directions, what we mentioned. There was always a focus to keep the quality level, never ever compromise the quality of a standard, never ever compromise safety in aviation. And that's something which is the highest level still. On the other side, how we use standards, and luckily at the last council session in winter now, in Montreal, we adopted Annex 10, the dual frequency multi-constellation standard. That means on a global level, this is now dual frequency multi-constellation, including 4 GNSS systems, which includes now also the 2 new ones, the ones we know like GPS and others, but the new ones like Galileo, the European ones, and Beidou, the Chinese one. And they are supported, like you mentioned in your example, Maria, are supported by references to EUROCAE and RTCA standards. And that's really the beauty. I think we are not there. There is more potential in the future. I will fight for it because I fully believe in it. And but that's something we can do better. And I saw in your presentation, we started 1996. I think a couple of years ago, even the two of us and with the support of the other SDOs, we presented the paper again to the Assembly to make better use of standard developing organization and the voluntary work here and the good work here. And I think if we are moving up this way, I think we can do much more. Resources are not endless, and I think in all the areas, and that also is the same for ICAO. We need to go more performance-based, more operation-centric, more risk-based, and that needs more standards below and the flexibility below to achieve the goal.
Indeed, I mean, when I was preparing the presentation, I looked back at all those different resolutions, different, the standards roundtable meeting, the first one in 2009. We have come a long way, but I agree there's more to do, and I think EUROCAE as an organization with the Council support stands ready to play our role there. But talking about the Council, Bruno, how do we, as an organization, make sure that we have a proper work program, that we position ourselves in a way that we can tackle all those things that come at us, as Terry mentioned?
What's the answer to this? I think that as an organization today, and it's been there for some time, but it's improving, of course. EUROCAE has, I would say, a very good governance in place that includes what is required to, I would say, regularly and iteratively ensure that the activities that are undertaken are aligned with the needs, I would say, of the market, let's say market in general, of the domain, of the environment. And that's something that relies mainly on two pillars. On one side, we have the Council. The Council yearly goes through a strategic session, I would say, a consideration of the environment, analysis of the context, and all the analysis that goes with it. And this results in a business plan that defines the objective of the organization for the next year. So that's something that is quite in place now. We are improving, and there's still some discussion around that, but that's quite good. The other pillar in EUROCAE is the Technical Advisory Committee, which is acting in order to make sure that and issues yearly a technical work program that, again, in terms of the technical trends and evolution of the aviation, try to identify what will be the need for further activities, further standards, and so on. And all this together bring us to a work plan, I would say overall work plan that defines where we go and so on. Still, of course, I would say that EUROCAE is open to the members. And this being said, we still have the possibility for any member to require the creation of a working group, provided that this is accepted by the Technical Advisory Committee and Technical Work Program. So this being in place and being, I would say, processed in a, I would say, constant and regular way, we ensure that we have a good visibility where we can go in the coming years.
Indeed, and Maria, if you pick up on that, how can we make sure that those plans, the business plan, but more importantly, maybe even the technical work program, match your needs as a regulator, and how can we address all of those things that are coming together?
Thank you, Anna, for the question. Yes, so this is basically the objective, as also mentioned by Patrick in the keynote address. Our wish and our goal is that the technical work program and the standards, as well as the working group timelines, are matching what we have in the regulatory development or in the actions that they are reflected in our European Plan for Aviation Safety, so our EPAS, which contains all the actions. How we try to do so is at the different levels, following what Bruno has explained. So from my participation or EASA council member, now it happens that I'm the council member, but it has been also in the past from previous EASA council members. So we will try to put forward our inputs and our views through the strategy sessions and through the participation of EASA member in the technical advisory committee. We try to put forward there our inputs in relation to more technical aspects of the work program. What we have done with you, Anna, and it has found very useful as well, is these discussions that we have on a yearly basis, in which we tell you, okay, we're going to start this activity now, like certification of ATM ground systems, and it will be good to start working together to organize how the standards are developed in that manner. Or in the case of Patri mentioned data links, so we can start like together with a workshop and see, you know, how we can resolve this an issue. And the more direct contribution and that we have done is really when we sit together and we make a proposal for a working group, and we sit together with you and the industry, and we just say, you know, it would be good if, like the working group 112, if the industry developed a working group and then decide what is the topics to be addressed and by what time. And this is, I think, the kind of very direct contribution in which there is a need, immediately discuss with you, and we try to find a way to establish a working group with the terms of reference, which follow still all the governance. So still terms of reference needs to be approved, memberships are open for everybody. So even if EASA have the input, so at the end is all following the transparent process. So we believe that this is basically this last example is the way to go. We don't pretend that all working groups are gonna be like that, and EUROCAE being industry-based organization, industry can develop standards on many other aspects that may be not related directly to a regulation or a certification process or a means of compliance. But we believe that when we work in that way, at least those standards that support those processes, which are the vast majority, are the best to achieve the quality-based standards that you need for the given intent. So, yeah. So this is how we believe we should go in the future.
And I think we see how successful this example is. If we look at the VTOLs, in just 3 years, we've published 20 standards, over 20 standards together, and you on your side have published the means of compliance. So this is really something that I think is in the interest of the entire industry in the end, because it's a very efficient process. Terry, I already mentioned we're going to sign an updated MOC in a couple of minutes, and I think this is a great reinforcement of our cooperation. What do you believe is really the major cornerstone of that cooperation and of that MOC?
Communication. It really comes down to communication in terms of having that regular engagement. You and I meet once a month electronically. I did it the same with Christian when he was in your role. Our teams meet on a regular basis as part of that. And so having that kind of agreement in place, if you will, it's a formality, but it really kind of just lays the foundation of what's so important, that communications between our organizations. And again, kind of what I said earlier, having each other's, an additional set of eyes and ears out there in the industry of things that we're seeing. You bring up things and that we've kind of joined on with you. I brought up things, you've joined on with us, and that's what makes our two organizations so much stronger by having that sort of cooperative agreement that we can communicate with, again, as the basis.
And not only the organizations, but it also makes us and our teams stronger together and helping the industry on a global level.
Yeah.
So before we move to that MOC signature, I'd like to ask each of you for a closing statement, one word or one, you can use more than one word, but very shortly. Looking at the next decade, what should be our priorities and what should we focus on? Terry, I start with you.
Just a kind of a broad statement. You know, we tend to, and standards organizations tend to get criticized sometimes about the slow pace of what we do. And while we can always improve some of our efficiencies in that area, it goes to what Christian said, we can't compromise on safety. But we have to start looking at standards not as an impediment to advancing new technologies, but as a means of accelerating new technologies into the marketplace. We really are an enabler of those new technologies, and we have to be thinking of ourselves that way.
So standards as an enabler for innovation.
Absolutely.
Yes, indeed. Bruno. To keep things interesting.
Well, surprise. I would say there are two sides of it. One side is more in terms of EUROCAE itself, and I think that it's important that EUROCAE continues. Christian mentions quality, but that's very important that EUROCAE continues working on its process and methodology to ensure that the standards are issued with the right level of quality, with the right level of efficiency, and so on. So that's very important. That stays an important I would say trend to maintain. And in terms of the standards themselves, of course, we see that now more and more we need to ensure that the standards, they find their right place in this overall environment where they have to fit, and that they really support the deployment of solutions, of new and innovative, as Terry mentioned, solutions. So more than one word, but...
So standards within the ecosystem, really. Christian.
I haven't used this example for a year now, but I always said, you know, EUROCAE or standard developing organizations are not the center of the universe, but they are in the middle of the bigger picture. So I would say our priorities are not defined by us, by the standard developing organization alone. It's the input of the industry, it's the input of the regulator, so many inputs. And I think what we all agreed, you know, safety was always our main goal, and it's still our main goal. But there are other challenges coming up. One is indeed innovation. We need to enable innovation. The other one is to address environment. And those are things which we haven't seen in this strong political dimension so far. So the last word I would address to EUROCAE: stay as you are, but don't stay still. Move on. We used the word, you used it already, to be agile, smartly, flexible, in order to keep the main goals, the aims, our main targets in mind. Again, the quality, the safety, but be agile enough to address the challenges of today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thanks, Christian. And the final word before we move on to Maria. What's your
He stole
take?
He stole it. So the word for the years to come is like, but I will try to rephrase it. So it's adaptability and resilience to an ever-changing environment, and continue like that, but continue adapting.
Thank you very much. I think those are great closing words for the panel. I'd like to thank all of the panelists for, being on the panel, but also for your support, for your friendship, and your ongoing dedication to EUROCAE and to international standardization. Thank you very much. And Terry, you stay up on the stage with me. while the team is getting ready to bring us a table and 2 pens to sign this agreement, Terry, I'd like to just look back at this collaboration. 60 years is a huge anniversary to celebrate. 50% of our standardization of EUROCAE's activities are joint in the meantime. For you, I think the percentage is even higher. Almost all of your activities, I believe, are joined with us, except for airport systems, airport security controls, and obviously we have a couple of different activities there. But as we go forward, really, global interoperability and international harmonization are paramount to this global industry, and therefore I'm so happy that we can sign today this updated MOC, showing the industry that we will take into consideration what we've just heard from some of the speakers, showing joint strength and commitment to utilizing their resources together, and also to, again, help our teams and the working groups with the joint efforts.
I'll just add, and I think I mentioned some of my comments earlier, but certainly the working agreement, the MOU that we have between RTCA and EUROCAE is very special. It's very special to us. It's very special to our teams, and it really shows the strength of what we bring to our members and to the regulators around the world. And so this is not this is a big deal in my view. That's why I'm here, traveled across the pond to be here today, because I thought this was certainly a very, very important occasion to re-sign this. A couple of years ago, we decided in one of our annual meetings that we have that any new standard activity that came our way, our going in position is it would be joint between EUROCAE and RTCA. Now, there are occasions where sometimes it doesn't make some sense, and that's fine. But rather than trying to put something together, we've taken a new approach where we're just assuming they're going to be jointly working together unless there's reasons not to. And I think that is just a further testimony to the strength of the relationship, how collectively we have grown together over the years, and strengthen that working relationship, and that's why we're here today. So.
It is indeed. Thank you, Terry. So I think we can move to the act. Thank you very much, Terry. And to just commemorate this, we have prepared a little token at the occasion of our reinforced partnerships to serve the international aviation community with globally recognized standards. So I hope that you take that with you. They're both the same. You can't see it from afar, but I hope you take it with you, and we will certainly display it in our office as a concrete and visible sign of our ongoing collaboration on an everyday basis. Great. Thanks, Terry. With that, I'd like to all invite you to the lunch break, kindly sponsored by Frequentis. We're a little bit behind schedule, but that doesn't matter too much. I'd like to invite you to lunch is served upstairs in the mezzanine where we had coffee before. Please be back here at 1 o'clock for the next sessions. And of course, you're very welcome to visit the museum at your own pace. Just make sure that you wear your badge so that at the entrance you're not being asked to pay the entrance fee again. So bon appétit, and see you later at 1 o'clock.
You can open the... No, we need 5 minutes. So that's okay like that. We need a water bottle here.
Sorry, I didn't quite recognize you as well.
Bah ouais, moi comme ceci, moi je trouve bien. Je trouve bien Mitiao. Il est plus à ça. C'était con, mais bon. Ah, moi, voilà. Ouais, voilà. Tu vois.
Ça marche?
Testing. Testing. Welcome back, everybody. We'll just give it one moment for other people to arrive and then we'll get started. Well, welcome back, everybody, to the afternoon session of the EUROCAE Symposium. I'd just like to thank our lunch sponsor, Frequentis, for their support of this symposium. I'm Alex Milnes. I'm one of the technical program managers within the EUROCAE Secretariat team, and it's my pleasure this afternoon to introduce the next two panel discussions. Our first panel discussion is the Digital European Sky, from research and development to reality. The European ATM Master Plan and the Airspace Architecture Studies envisage a future reliant on digitalisation and information sharing to manage future traffic growth. The CESAR program is enabling technology innovations and operational capabilities supported by the standards developed by the EUROCAE working groups. Remote towers and virtual centres are two examples of this innovation in action, and I'm pleased to be the TPM for these two working groups developing standards in these key areas. Today we have the privilege of hearing from a panel of experts working in these important areas, to be led by Peter Hotham, Deputy Executive Director of the CESAR Joint Undertaking. Peter brings over 35 years of relevant experience across a range of airport, air traffic control and CNS projects. And thank you, Peter, for leading this discussion.
Come and stand up now for now then, Alex. Yes, thank you very much for the introduction, and I'd just like to welcome... Yeah. You missed a couple of points.
Sorry.
Oh, come back.
Should have been using the clicker. Sorry, just a reminder that we do have the Slido available, so if you'd like to pose any questions to our panellists during the course of the panel, they'll be presented up here for review later on. Thank you.
Okay. Yep, thanks, Alex. Yes, I've got a pad here to monitor any questions. We'll take the Slido questions at the end, but just a quick introduction to the panel. I know you can see them on the screen as well, but first of all, we have Jon Jacobi from DLR on the far end, and then we have Nicolas Suarez from Creda Ener, and then Michael Holzbauer from Frequentis, and we have Klaus Meyer from Skyguide. So thanks to my panel first and foremost. And one of the things we're really looking to cover today is what was mentioned in the first panel, which was this single value chain from research to reality. How do we make things, get things into service and make them happen? So let's have a look here. Yeah. So first of all, we're taking the thread of virtualization, so from remote towers towards virtual centres, to illustrate this point about taking research into reality. And the research for the remote towers really began in around 2000 and turned to reality in 2015. So quite some years, and we also need to look to accelerate that as well. But a lot of what drove the remote towers was a clear business case, both made at a local, regional, and often at a national level. Now, as part of the work that was done through the period, we had the airspace architecture study, which reflected on progress to date, in particular on things like remote towers, and projected forwards. This was done in 2019. It's projecting forward to try and accelerate the digitalization, and you see up on the screen the recommendation that came from that, and I'm not going to read it out. You probably know it quite well already. But there's a strong recommendation, and that it forms the key tenet of really delivering performance and ambition in ATM. So moving from digital towers to the virtual centres, ensuring that there's a free flow of data as an enabler, defragmenting the European airspace, and implementing digital scalable solutions. This is what it's all about. Now, in terms of the overall timeline, I'd mentioned already, beginning back in 2000, 2015, first instance, and then we've got the airspace architecture study, and then just before then, the first work on the CESAR Virtual Centre. So this all got embedded into the Air Traffic Management Master Plan, but also began working at the ICAO level in the GAMP with operational projects. So it became not just a local or European initiative, but also a global initiative. So I just want to really emphasize that. So the first virtual centre research was in 2017. International attention from 2020. When is our first operation? Well, I think this is something that we'll begin to discuss today and see what we've learnt from the virtual towers. But just to highlight in my last slide, a lot of work has been done already, and this is just a snapshot of some of the work that's been taking place. And at this moment then I'll hand over to Jörn from DLR to begin our discussion today, and Jörn's got a couple of slides as well.
Yes, oops, back. Okay, sorry. Yeah, welcome to everybody, to you from my side. I'm Jörn Jacobi. I'm also acting as the chair of the Working Group 100. This was mentioned here twice already because of its being Working Group 100, I guess. So this good number. In my position, I'm of course want to highlight this concept. This ATC, ATM concept which goes through the ceiling the last years. So it's a really success story, as everybody knows of you. And Peter already mentioned it. So the first idea was formulated in 2000 and 2015. We already had the first implementation in operation. So it's just a cycle of 15 years, which is quite a success story. And if you look to other fairs or congress, so I would guess 1/3 or sometimes even half of it relates to remote tower operations. It's really some kind of paradigm shift, which we do not have so many ones in the past. And 2015, the first installation, and then afterwards, by accident, just the standards came out. The EASA guidelines was in 2015, and ICAO adopted remote tower in 2018 with an amendment. But in the meantime, there was a lot of technology developments in terms of visual tracking, in terms of incorporating non-optical sensors. So if you have airports where already other surveillance sensors exist, you of course want to integrate them, to merge them, to correlate information, to have a harmonized view for the ATCO. Again, so all this technology has been moved forward in the meantime, and now we are at the point. This actually is a very excellent example where we are today. So it's a very impressive picture. It's a remote tower center, state of the art today. 11 airports are connected here. So it's reality. So how the panel discussion reads from R&D reality. This is a perfect example. And what is next is these multiple operations. This will become another paradigm shift. It's one controller dealing not with one airport, but with more than one. So this is also a very critical concept. So it's, yes, a lot of critical saying don't go multiple, but we proved it for years now in these two large CESA projects, and we have very good results, and we are very confident that this will be becoming a success story of remote tower single operations. And at the last Congress in Geneva, the ANSPs and the industry announced that 2024 they will go operational with this, and I'm really looking forward to have launching customers with that, and this will again go through the ceiling because this will provide many other synergies and good side effects for efficient ATC. And what is next? Our working group calls remote and virtual tower. I never knew exactly what is meant with virtual, but perhaps it was already in 2014 when the group was founded in the head of the founders that they're saying sometimes we go virtual. And this is an example of what we did in the past with some prototypes. So we bring the optical sensor information, the video stream inside of these virtual Google classes, and if we have the information there, we can also think one step further. If we are already virtual, then we can bring the whole controller working position into these virtual environments with a lot of additional good synergy side effects. This is research of the future, so it's not reality yet, but perhaps we are sitting here again in 10 years and we have the same discussion, and this is a typical example for becoming reality. I don't know, we'll see.
So, Jeroen, thank you. And when do you think these sort of ideas would start to become reality for the tower operation?
You want to have a number?
Give it a go.
Yeah, as I said, we did some good. We developed a prototype and tested it with 7 Avisos and 3 controllers, and we get very positive feedback. It's for the moment nothing doing 8-hour job with glasses on it. So it's something for special use cases for very rural, low density airports where you have traffic once an hour, and the Aviso is doing other stuff, and from time to time he takes the goggles on and has his tower in the pocket, so he would have the controller working position, so he's not fixed to a tower position or fixed to a position on his airport, because he has other duties. So these are typical use cases. Or you have a not controlled airport, but a customer who wants to land or needs to land on a controlled airport, then he could call a remote tower center, and the controller there picks up the glasses and checks the runway is free of traffic or free of obstacles, and then he gives the landing clearance, and he could land at this non-controlled airport controlled. So these are use cases for the first step. But the technology evolves. So what we also saw with video techniques, when we think about what we used 20 years ago and what we use today, so the glasses will be smaller, and there will be retina scanning displays or whatever will become on the market. So these technology driving factors will also contribute to those concepts to be exploited in a broader sense of more use cases, and yeah. So, but no number.
Thanks. And you envisage leaning more on things like artificial intelligence rather than pure sensors as well, where today it's more sensors to detect what people understand, controllers understand as an airport, but with the application of AI, there could be additional information coming as well. Yeah.
AI, we have the 240B standard just for open consultation phase, and we also already discussed what could be next, and AI will play a key role in this to support or to make it more intelligent. Yeah, that's what the name says. The whole optical sensor suite, that the picture the controller needs is presented by learning of where is the traffic to have to support recognition rates, to tell him, for instance, the gear is not down, so some things to be detected. So all these soft skills of optical sensors could be supported by AI. Mm-hmm. So this is on our list for the next issue, for the next release. Yeah.
Very interesting, thanks. And just moving on now to Nicolas, you mentioned during your talk about the role of standards and standardization. I know, Nicolas, you've got a view on that, so could you tell us a bit about that, please?
I actually have a view on almost everything, but in particular in this, I'm not more... I think we can all agree that virtual control centers are difficult to implement. They are very conceptually they're simple, yet when we start to implement them, they become very complex. We have several candidate architectures, we have several ways to distribute the data, we have, I would say, infinite ways on how to understand and exploit the system. So my point of view is the difficulty is not so much on research also, because research can be done. I mean, the technology is there. We just need to develop it, test it, validate it, and make it work. And you can see it in the number of CESAR projects that Peter showed that is being done. The difficulty is always on the implementation, and more than the implementation, on the operation of that system. How we get the business objectives that we were starting to envision when we started with a project such as this, how do we get them delivered? And this is where standards come in. When I'm implementing, standards are useful because the standards allow me to be efficient in my implementation. They allow me to weed out all the options which I know they are not working. have not been validated. They're not useful, so I can get them out of the way. They allow me to be safe in the sense that they allow me to avoid errors which have already been detected and are being corrected by the standard itself. So a lot of possibilities simplify that. Allow me to be interoperable because the standard is public, so people know how and when to connect with me, and vice versa. I know how and when to connect with other people. And altogether make my implementation, I would say, efficient and safe. The difficulty is always going from implementation to exploitation. I have seen many standards that are not used because once you start using the system, the standard loses significance. And it loses significance because it's difficult to maintain, or perhaps it's difficult to understand, or perhaps it has way too many things on the standard, and that makes it impossible to keep track of. So the difficulty here is to make sure that we use our standard to the way we want to do it. And that means that we need to have, for the operations, to ensure operations are correct, we need to have the stakeholders involved. We need to have the people that understand how the business objective is going to be achieved, that understand how it's going to be exploited. We need them to provide their opinion so we can start again weeding out potential errors and weeding out things that shouldn't be done. Then we also need to start thinking about training. And so the standard should not tell you how to train, but should give you a guideline on how you should be training or the things that you should be training for. And that also means that the standard should have a set of good practices, best practices, let's call them. And those best practices will allow me to understand the standard and also to implement it and exploit the things that I'm getting. And last but not least, the standard should be efficient in the sense that they provide me with a safe environment. And efficient in the sense that they provide me with something that allows me to achieve my business goals. And I remember, if you see, I'm repeating business goals a lot of times, and that's because we do not things for research's sake, which is nice and I enjoy a lot, but we do it because somebody wants to gain money out of it, or to gain some benefit, or to achieve something. We have a business objective. So our standard has to make sure that we have a safe environment in which we can do it. And by safe, I mean it has been proven, it has its sets of checks and audits, it has the balances it needs to have, it has all the critical items, score and prepare. And efficient in the sense that it allows me to procure the system in the efficient way, and by procuring it, I also ensure that I can get my business objective with the minimum cost possible. I did have an opinion.
Okay, interesting. But if I take us a little bit more implementation oriented, then if we took those standardized practices, how, when you implement them within a virtual control center, how does it lead to improved efficiency, communication and safety outcomes compared to that non-standardized application? What's the real...
Okay, glad you asked. The question is not so much as if we have standards, if we're going to be efficient. The question is, what would happen if we don't have standards? And virtual control centers are a wonderful example of that. We have 5 potential architectures. And each one of those potential architectures has 2 or 3 potential use cases which are radically different from the others. So you start making combinations and you get a large number of potential achievements. So without a standard, let's say I can implement the architecture and I'm going to call it A, he can implement architecture B and you C. And at the end, nobody's guaranteeing that our system is going to be interoperable. That means chaos. And more than chaos, that means lots of costs, because then we have to start building bridges to make sure that both systems talk to each other. We have things like OLDI, which is very useful, but it's still kicking. And we have a lot of things that sort of gain a life because we are not interoperable. Now, we move to standard. I do have a standard. I do not want to standardize everything, so I don't want to standardize in a virtual control center the communications. There are plenty of standards which are dealing with that. I don't want to standardize how you design a system. There is standards for that. What do I want to do is to find the key items, the things that make a virtual control center, and standardize those. So I might go and start saying, I don't care so much about how you communicate the data, but I will tell you how you should build the architecture. I'm not telling you about how to secure a system, but I will tell you which pieces should be, you should take a special care with cybersecurity, things like that. And in doing that, what I'm doing is I'm allowing you to be efficient. I'm telling you, do not overwork, do not reinvent the wheel, start doing from work that has been done. Cesar, for example, is an incredible example of that. Start from things which have been validated, somebody has proven, as John was saying, things that have been experimented, you have learned from those, apply them. And that's what standards are about. Standards are not built from thin air, are built in realities. And a lot of research and a lot of development and a lot of knowledge. And what we're doing when we have a standard for implementation is simply building on that knowledge and taking advantage of it.
Thanks, Nicholas. I just want to pass down to Michael as well now, because I think what we've just heard is we've had the ideas, we've got some validations, we've got some standards. We're done. Michael.
We're done. Basically, switching here. Basically, you might be right, we are done, as technology is beautiful. Technology is here, we know that technology works, and if technology is standardized, as we just heard, we can implement it in an interoperable way. But when talking about bringing R&D to reality, I would call it bringing innovation to reality. For us as Frequentis, this is our daily business. Yeah? So nothing would hinder us to bring technology into reality, research into reality. However, you see here on my nice slide, there are, in my view, a couple of additional things we need to consider. So it's not only about the technology, it's about research and development. It starts actually before. So why do we research? Why do we develop something? Because someone has a vision. And this vision, based probably, or in an ideal world, it would be a shared vision that all stakeholders involved in creating the vision. Let's say here in Europe we would have manufacturers as us, we would have operational stakeholders, but we also have our member states in Europe. We have politicians, we have the European Commission. And only if all those stakeholders, interested stakeholders, create a shared vision, then I think it can move on to the next step, which is the detailed definition, the description of operational needs, what is really needed in order to satisfy this vision. And from there on, we move on to planning, master planning. We do have a beautiful European ATM master plan since many, many years. So I think some 20 years ago we started to develop the ATM master plan, and it has reiterated many, many times. There are still many elements in this master plan which are not implemented yet, although they stand there since 20 years. And one of the reasons why they are not implemented and put into operation yet is because they are not committed by all the stakeholders. So it's really about stakeholder commitment. So stakeholder engagement and stakeholder commitment. So once we have then the committed plan, we can move forward to the right framework for research and development. We have in Europe our EASA, we have, I think in our states also national research programs which are used for research and development. And for this, the framework for R&D means again, bringing the right people, the right organizations, the right stakeholder together, from research organizations to manufacturing industry to operational stakeholders, so that all the needs are addressed in a proper way. It needs also, like in Europe, we have CESAR. It needs a programmatic view in order to allow for an holistic implementation or holistic research, to not built on islands here and there, but to really have the whole picture in place. And of course, some people might not want to hear it, but it also needs decent financing. So if there's no financing in place, then organizations might not be able to contribute as they should do. In the deployment framework, and we have again here in Europe our EASA deployment organization, we have again the stakeholder engagement, bringing the right organizations together. We have the financing again, and of course we have the synchronization of deployment, and I think that's also key in a pan-European environment to have synchronized deployment. And just to conclude here on giving you some examples on some R&D transitions ahead. We heard about the continuous transition meanwhile for remote tower. We talked about virtual center, and I think that's should be a more short-term transition into reality. As we know, standardization is ongoing, technology is here. Next steps should be taken. We have other short-term R&D activities like integration of drones into our airspace, into the controlled airspace. We have mid-term R&D activities. Patrick Key mentioned in the morning data link. So we are working actively on future communication infrastructure, ground infrastructure, air-ground infrastructure. So there is a high performance in the network needed in order to also work on long-term R&D like artificial intelligence, where lots of data is needed, and accordingly the infrastructure will have to be put in place.
Thanks, Michael. I think you touched on there an area around regulation, but didn't really explore that much further. But in terms of when we want to accelerate and get this validated research with some standards actually out there and shorten the timeline, how important is it to have the regulated environment?
Yeah, regulation makes sense, but not everywhere. Mm-hmm. Regulation, for example, or as we learned during the last 20 years, our Single European Sky initiative in a regulated environment made absolutely sense, because it brought people together, it started to create a shared European vision. Put into a regulation means that the relevant stakeholders had to do something. In other areas where more, let's say, more freedom of choice, like cloud-based environments, for example, a regulation might not make too much sense, as technology would allow, or regulated technology would limit us in our ambitions for future development.
Okay, very interesting. I think that's probably a subject all on its own, but it's probably a good moment now to move towards the operator angle. And Klaus, you're with us today as well, and you, Sky Guide, have been very active in the ambition of driving virtual centres. So I'd like to hear from your perspective, how we built this story so far. Have you been building upon the work that's been done? Have you had to create? What have been the challenges that you faced in moving this forward? Klaus.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you for having me. And let me quickly take you on this quick journey on our experience of implementing innovation. And I strongly believe innovation is probably part of operation too. I think in a modern environment, you cannot just innovate and then not do anything and then innovate again. I think it's going to be a continuous development. Just quickly going back to Switzerland and what we are currently doing, or what we have been doing since 2014. We had the idea that we said, how can we operate 2 area control center in a split sky such that that split sky becomes one sky, and the systems that we have become one system, and they operate location independently. So we used to call that virtual center. It's still called virtual center, but I think the better expression would be location independent operation. How can I decouple the area control center from the system? Because today this is still physically connected. Yeah? It's basically a couple of meters below an area control center you have the systems. And the software is written that way. And the same is true when it comes to managing the airspace. We manage the airspace physically above the area control center. And we strongly believe that this is one of the reasons why we have these challenges in the efficiency in the European context, because we have that set up 68 times. And in a small airspace in Switzerland, we have it twice. And that's why we said, let's start that journey. Where are we? We basically split that program into 3 phases. The first phase from 2014 until 2017 was called Setting the Scene. There we just build an overlay across both old legacy systems to manage the airspace more harmonized between Geneva and Zurich. We didn't touch the core systems yet. In the second phase, which we called Building the Foundation, which lasted from 2016 until 2021, we addressed the topic of the systems. We set up a modern architecture. We used a service-oriented architecture and basically introduced a third system in Switzerland, the new platform plus the 2 old ones in Geneva and Zurich. And then we went live with that setup in 2018 in March, and since then we are step by step moving functionality from the Geneva and the Zurich system on this Swiss-wide location independent system on the new service-oriented platform. That is a challenge at the moment because that means also additional cost. So talking about how can we fund something like that. So because I'm running 3 systems, I increase the complexity also to manage it. And the reason why we did that was because you can't make an innovative step like this in a big bang. You need to do that in small, pragmatic, considerate steps to bring the functionality over. And now, since last year, we are now in the 3rd phase of that program, which we call Harvesting the Benefits. And here we are focusing now on the operating concepts, how we would manage the Swiss airspace location independently. What does that mean? If an aircraft approaches the Swiss airspace from the east, Geneva can take it over, and vice versa. As an aircraft approaches from the west, also Zurich can take over, and the pilot calls not Zurich or Geneva, calls Switzerland, and probably by the accent finds out whether the controller sits in Geneva or in Zurich. Believe me, that's probably one of the biggest challenges, because that is really tackling the way of how we manage the airspace. But at the same time, this is also where, from a business case perspective, the biggest benefits are in there. That's what we have done and where we are. Now, I want to share one slide with you where we speak about the challenges that we have and what does it mean to be also first mover in a highly regulated environment. And I wanted to summarize that into 2 topics, and I'm happy to further discuss those. I said what we need is still more courage for change. And when I say that, I'm fully aware that we are here in the safety business. The reason why aviation is safe and has a history of 120 years of improved safety every year is because we take that seriously, and here regulation plays an absolute critical role. Unfortunately, we also use it as an excuse not to change. And it's exactly as Michael said, there are areas where it makes sense to regulate, and there are other areas where it becomes an excuse. And I think here we have to have the courage to challenge those assumptions, those urban myths that are around in this industry, that we say, where does it really make sense to regulate and where not? and maybe the other one, the right incentives. These things do not only take guts if you want to innovate and good ideas and motivated people, it also requires funding. Skyguide so far has funded all innovation by itself. We have not gotten any money from neither from the government nor from Europe, because we are in many respects excluded. We can help, we can support, but we have to be basically self-funded. And what we see is that the incentives to change and to innovate in Europe are still not set correctly. And what do I mean with that? I feel like the performance model that we have today is still maintaining the status quo. We're pumping hundreds of millions into existing systems and concepts because that's the easier way of distributing money. And for me, in my opinion, it's a big, big waste, and it has to change. We have to move away from, for example, incentivizing investment in CapEx and move towards services. And for me, this is one of the core elements of location-independent operation, but also digitalization. It is using services. And I think that's still a big, big challenge, also on the regulatory side, because we do not certify services yet. We're still very much equipment focused. We're still coming out of the classic airworthiness concept of an aircraft. And then the other thing maybe to mention at the end, I still see a lot of old technology that is sold for a lot of money and that is masqueraded as innovation. In particular, when we talk about interoperability, it's a word I can't hear anymore, because we develop old technology and then we spend hundreds of millions again to say, how can these technologies talk to each other, sometimes even from the same supplier? And I think this is really embarrassing, and we should really stop really wasting money here. And I was very happy to have one of the keynotes today where we talked about open architecture and where we got commitments towards open architectures. I think it's a great first step. Let's stop talking, let's start doing it too.
Klaus, thank you. Very provocative words there as well. But I just want to come back as well. You've highlighted there are many challenges on this journey. Why are you doing it? Why did Switzerland, decide to step forward into this virtual centre world and say this was the right direction for us? Because I think this story has to be told to others. If they're not moving, they're clearly not seeing yet what you saw. So what is it?
It's a very good point. So what's the pain point? What is the sense of urgency? If you look at Switzerland, this is the image of the Swiss airspace. You see still a big chunk of the airspace is outside of Switzerland. Sometimes I hear you can't do virtual center because you can't manage neighboring countries' airspaces. No, you can. We have been doing that for more than 10 years. Switzerland has always a strategic prerogative that we are too small for what we're doing, and we are too expensive. Just in the period of these 8 years that I've been in Switzerland, the Swiss franc was devalued or was increased in value by about 20%. So we pay our people by francs, but we earn the money by euros. So just looking at Forex, we had to become 20% more efficient over the last 8 years. And this is a challenge we have in Switzerland. We cannot just sit down and wait until the French or the Germans or the Italians do something. We need to be a little bit faster, a little bit more nimble, and be more innovative. And I think it's not just true for the air traffic management system, it's also true for our industry, that we have to be on our toes and invest a little bit earlier, a little bit faster in innovation and new technologies. It's easier, I'm aware of that too, because it's a small country and we have a small bureaucracy in Switzerland. And whenever I say that, I probably regret it again, but in comparison to other countries, it helps too.
Mm-hmm. So that helps you be more agile as well, so you can actually move quicker. So coming back to that quicker then, regulation-wise, I mean, how does that play into what you're doing? How are you finding the regulation support or not?
Well, first of all, I want to thank EUROCAE, because EUROCAE has supported us from the very beginning. Christian and also Anna stood behind Virtual Center, even in times when nobody really understood what the heck is a Virtual Center. So EUROCAE picked it up very early, and I think I was also very happy the response coming from Brussels, first with the airspace architecture study in 2018, and then with the master plan in 2020, to basically say this is a way forward, a solution for Europe. So in this respect, that develops in the right direction. Now, coming back to the regulation, the biggest challenge we see at the moment is that current regulation is still very much equipment-based and not service-oriented. And if you want to use innovation, you need to move towards services. Then you can't look at an equipment anymore. And I think that is probably one of the biggest challenges still ahead of us. And we see some developments at the EASA level to go in that direction, but we are still, if you go in the details, we fall back to the old way of thinking. So regulation can be an obstacle, but regulation cannot be the solution. I think that's also very important. One of my bullet points also said, don't wait for regulation. You have first innovation and regulation follows. Make sure that regulation comes along and that we go through the learning curve in the same time period. And probably for us, that means within 5 years or 10 years. But just kind of, you have to go through the learning curve. And as an example, I and still use the move to fly-by-wire in the aircraft. There, the manufacturers and the innovators, they work together with the regulation to set that up, because it was a paradigm shift in how you fly an aircraft. And the regulator had also the chance to go through the same learning curve and learn what it means from a regulation to set it up such that it makes us safer, and not regulate something that doesn't help us. Yeah.
And then you just mentioned standards, and then the role of standards in that would be question.
So yeah, the EUROCAE and standards are absolutely important. And I learned not to say but. Here we sometimes focus too much on standards that we want to create for ourselves instead of using standards that are already around. And I think that is still one of the challenges that we have to say, if I go for open architecture, in the service orientation, we use a middleware, but this is already dated. The new ones, they go towards open architecture with Kubernetes, with microservices and containers. It's tech speak, but these are standards that are already there. So don't standardize that. Yeah? Let the software be developed in an environment that is used already out there in the industry. Yeah? But then come back and find out where do you need to introduce certain rules to make sure that what we're doing is safe. And make sure that what we're doing is also efficient, so we can work together. Yeah? Open architecture in itself means the standard means it's open. Nobody talks about interoperability there. Because it is already open and it communicates. So introduce the regulation where we need to have a safety element, where it's really specific for safety and where it helps us to become more efficient too.
Very good message, thanks Klaus. Just to reinforce that point as well, we discussed in the council, in fact last year when we were doing the business planning, and Anna will recall the discussion I'm sure about open standards and the fact that EUROCAE also needs to be assessing the range of open standards and their relevance for aviation. And in fact, kind of creating a collective set which could be used in some way to support a standardization in aviation, although drawn from a range of other sectors perhaps, in order to deliver this service orientation and this open platform, as you said. So it's something we were discussing at that level, and I think we need to continue on that subject, because it's a very important one if we're going to unlock this direction and start to accelerate our path towards delivering true innovation, which is the point many of us are making. So shout out to the audience here as well. We've got the Slido running. We're collecting some questions to come in from you. Opening up to general input from you to the panel. I've got the questions here. So I'll just begin with what we have so far, and I think it's heading towards you for DLR. It's one about the towers themselves. So how do pilots understand that they are number 2 behind an aircraft landing on a different airport? How is the airborne acceptance to the technology?
You mean in a multiple? Oh, sorry. You mean in a multiple environment?
I believe so. It just says, how do pilots understand they are number 2 behind an aircraft landing on a different airport?
Being number 2 is already a reality today, so there's nothing to do with remote towers. But I get the question that he understands that he's number 2, and this was really a learning curve in our multiple sessions, where we had to think about how to communicate with the pilots, because there's one controller now and 3 pilots or 3 airports with pilots on all 3 airports. And the best thing was to couple the frequencies, so we need voice over IP, digitalization again, and this is a very good means to get the pilots aware of what the controller is doing, because they share a controller for 3 airports, and that communication is again sequential, and then the pilot get a very good feeling about what the controller is doing, and he waits until the controller is free, and then he perfectly is aware of that he is number 2. And in the recent past we did some real tries, because this is where research comes in. This is where we contribute to this process, because this was a question to pilots. Are they able to operate in a multiple environment, where we all would guess pilots are trained to do so. So they're approaching huge airports with 6, 7 runways, where 3 runways are on the same frequency, and they have a good capability of having this party line effect, so they're checking out for their call sign and the right runway, and then they orientate in this environment, in this busy environment. And in a multiple environment, it will become busier, of course. But in the first step, you will combine airports with 1, 2, 3 airports per hour, so it's not this busy as Frankfurt or San Francisco or whatever. So, but again, we ask it to pilots, so there's a mixture usually of pilots in these small airports, not so many commercial professional pilots, but also GA pilot, private pilots, ultralight pilots, whatever, so not so experienced. And we had them all in a multiple environment, simulated multiple environment, and result was that yes, it's getting more busier, so you have to more concentrated on the frequency, but they could stand it. It's not this big deal. So, and they accepted and they understood the advantages they get out of this multiple, because they have an increase of service level, they have longer opening hours of their airports and so on, so they could really accept that the frequency is much more busier than it was before with this 2 aircraft per hour. Sometimes in low environments. Yeah.
So that's maybe the pilot perspective. Yeah. What have you learned from the work so far from the air traffic controller? They're now working in this kind of media rather than a physical world. How has that environment been taken up, and how well do they adjust to the virtual window and then more information than they could ever have imagined by looking through a window? It's a very different, media-rich, data-rich environment that you're taking them on a journey. How are they reacting? What is the feeling?
So we had really the last 10 years or 15 years where we did research with remote tower, and especially multiple the last 10 years, exclusively positive experience. So they're very doubtful when they come into the simulator, and they are shocked the first 10 minutes, half an hour, but after a while they get really used to it and they really enjoyed it. That's why I showed my favorite picture there. This was a controller just performed a multiple scenario, what he never did before, and he also was very skeptical, saying this is not possible. But then they really enjoyed it. The controllers are there to control traffic, and they do not like sitting at airports, especially younger controllers where they're well educated, at rural airports where it's getting dark and cold and no colleagues are close to them. And here they are in an environment which provides them with the state-of-the-art technology, the recent technology, and they really appreciate it. And also they have a good feeling if something goes wrong, if something is too complex, if they feel uncomfortable, they can always raise the hand in the center and there is support. You're not alone. And this is something which came to their mind, and in the end with the debriefing session, they really appreciated it.
Okay. So there's a willingness, and do they
Absolutely.
ever go back to the normal operation and say, I'm missing now not having this information? I really, you end up getting the pull from people. Is that starting to happen?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you do, yeah. Just moving along, Nicholas, we heard from Klaus about the need for standards to come from a different place and to be used in a different way. So not just innovation in technology, but along with it, innovation in standardization and for aviation anyway. How do you see that playing out in order to maintain safety? And you were talking to us about the role of standardization. But if you look at that world Klaus was describing, this is the future need. How do you think the role of standardization would change and we secure the safety side of things?
Okay, from my point of view, standards will change in the sense that they will start evolving. We will no longer have static standards that were developed in the 1950s and that we still use today. And that mainly is because our technology is changing very rapidly. So that means that once we introduce artificial intelligence, being honest, 10 years ago we didn't think it would work. We didn't have anything that worked, and suddenly we all have things that work. I'm not sure what will happen 10 years from now, but I'm sure that the scenario will be different. So our standard today will not be the standard of tomorrow. We have already said that we need to change from equipment to service. Virtual control centers, remote towers are not based on equipment. They're based on the idea of a service. I no longer provide you with hardware that does something. I'm providing you with an algorithm that is doing something. And by algorithm, I'm taking it in the long definition. So it encompasses artificial intelligence or whatsoever. So we will need to adapt. So in order to ensure safety, we will need to adapt. We will need to evolve. We will need to be faster in the sense that we will need to identify changes. And I don't mean faster in the sense of having an idea today and having a standard tomorrow. That's not feasible. And it's not feasible because there are practicalities to this. You need to collaborate with stakeholders. That takes time. You need to make open consultations. That takes time. You need people to train. You need a lot of things. So standards will still take a fair amount of time. But we will need to be able to identify the changes that will be required quickly. So today I might be able to say, I don't know, I need to be more active regarding causal analysis for artificial intelligence. I need to be able to understand quicker how a specific decision is taken and the reasons behind it. That's something which artificial intelligence systems do today, but we do not understand fully because mathematical models are incredibly complex. So perhaps we will need to start thinking about what kind of adaptations we need to do to our systems to take that into account. And that's why I mean it's maintaining safety is relatively easy. You tell all the aircraft to stay on the ground, you have perfect safety. It's not practical, obviously. But what I mean with this is I can maintain safety in two ways. I can increase my technology to increase my level of safety, or I can decrease my productivity. I'm maintaining the same level of safety, but with less aircraft. So at the end, what I want to do is to end up quickly and pass to the next question, because I'm seeing Alex is starting to get anxious.
I think that's an important point, Nicholas, and I think maybe there's a message from that, and I'll leave those down there now. There's a message from that which maybe in EUROCAE we start to launch working groups a bit sooner. Not just wait for everything to be 100% understood, but maybe have something running alongside the R&D, an integral part of it. So there's something that maybe we can take away and discuss further outside of the panel, but could be interesting.
I'm going to say something which I'm going to say because I plan to retire in a very few years. Stronger collaboration between CESAR and EUROCAE at the proposal level would be greatly appreciated. That would speed up things.
And we, as Anna said earlier, we've signed, CESAR and EUROCAE have signed a new agreement. We look to collaborate, ongoing collaboration, and be working much closer going forward. So yes, this is something we're doing. I do have another question on Slido that I want to take, which is, and I think, Michael, you might be the person for this, but feel free for anyone else. But there was a question about, there were, in the past, lots of concerns about the period between the research and development and then the deployment. This period where there was kind of uncertainty about investment and uncertainty on how to get out of R&D and into deployment. Do you think the situation's changed? Now, I was looking at you, Michael, because you were talking about those sort of challenges.
Yes, indeed. I think the situation has changed slightly, not that much. We still have a kind of gap after TRL6 developments of whatever technology we are doing towards really full operation. However, the framework, what we have now with CESAR and CESAR deployment allows for a much better alignment already quite before it goes to deployment with concerned stakeholders. So, and this alignment between the stakeholders, manufacturing industry and operational stakeholders is, I think, of key importance to jointly define a rollout plan of technology and talking about remote tower, talking about virtual center. I think we are in a stage now where the group of engaged organizations has a clear view on what has to come by when, and with that in mind, we will be able to roll out faster.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think that answers the question. We need to wrap up now, but just as we're wrapping up, Klaus, is there anything you want to close with in terms of your key message points? You were very provocative in your statements there. Is there anything you want to leave as a closing message for the audience?
No, that's all good.
In which case, the summary slide we have up here is really, reminds us of the path we've been through. So the remote towers enabled by digital technology are a success. The standards and standardized practices are critical to ensuring efficiency, and we talked about the evolving role of standards. Technology advancement needs a clear statement on the R&D and the right plan and framework and bringing all the people together. And in order for change to really happen, we have to be brave. We've got to take the courage and act with urgency, or to quote a previous boss of mine, there's a burning bridge that we need to put in the place to drive people to change. And we've got to get that right balance between the funding and the incentives to trigger things to happen. So with those key messages, I'd like to thank my panel today, and hope everyone enjoys the rest of the conference. So back to you, Alex.
Yeah, so thanks to Peter, Klaus, Michael, Nicholas and Ewan for those very thought-provoking ideas on how we progress to meaningful implementation of new technologies, supported where necessary. I think that's the key message there, where necessary by standards, either existing or new, and along with necessary regulation, which leads us nicely into our next topic, and I'll invite our next panellists to come up and join the stage, please. So our second panel this afternoon will be discussing ATM ground system certification, a new regulatory environment. And unlike last time, I'll just bring up the Slido again, just a reminder that there are the opportunity to propose some questions to the panel during the course of the discussion this afternoon. So we have this new ATM ground system certification environment in its final phase of development ahead of implementation on the 12th of September 2023. On the EUROCAE side, we're working with EASA to identify which of our current standards are likely to support this new framework, and we also expect there to be an increasing demand for new and updated industry standards from EUROCAE for ATM ANS systems into the future. We're going to hear from a wide range of panel experts from ANSPs, system suppliers and regulators on the work done to date and still to be finalised, and discuss some of the other changes needed as well as the opportunities on offer. Our moderator for this panel is Sarkis Tsialas, Head of Air Traffic Head of Department at EASA. Sarkis joined the EASA Rulemaking Directorate in 2004 and has worked across a wide range of regulatory domains at both the technical and managerial level. So thank you, Sarkis. I hand over to you.
Thank you, Alex. So, good afternoon from my side also to the audience, and thank you for being so many here to listen actually to all these interesting discussion and exchanges on what future technologies will bring and what standardization can do to enable also technological evolution and innovation. Also from my side, I would like perhaps before we start introduce the panelists. We have here Stéphane Dubé. He is the head of international coordination and programs within EASA France at DCNA. And he has been working over 2 decades on aeronautical databases and been in many different kind of working groups contributing actually to the development of standards. We have then also Jean-Louis from Indra. He is the head of safety and assurance management and currently working very hard to ensure systematic software development processes for the ATM sector in Indra. So also welcome Jean-Louis. We have then Laure Batziger from Thales. She is safety and authority, and I think what I also liked in her title, she is both doing ground system and air systems. So already in Thales, they have actually made this combination of trying to bring the 2 worlds together and achieving also synergies and efficiency. So welcome Laura in our panel. We have Sylvie Grand-Perret. Welcome Sylvie. She is currently working in Eurocontrol since 2000 as a navigation expert, but she has also been working in a variety of positions, both as a research scientist in ONERA, I understood, but also she worked as a colleague of Laura as an avionics expert in Thales. And then Bodo, welcome. He is the deputy head of the German NSA, created for the SAS implementation in Germany, and he has been actually facilitating and enabling the implementation of SAS rules in Germany since 2004. Welcome, Bodo too. So having said this, I would like also to introduce you a bit what this ATM ground equipment conformity assessment is about. I don't know the level of knowledge that you have. Most probably you have seen already some slides that we have presented in other fora, but I would like also to give a bit of notion and flavor of what this new framework for conformity assessment for ground equipment is about. And in a snapshot, it is about the attestation of ATM equipment. We believe that this will pave the way for, I will say, the technological evolution of the ATM landscape in Europe. And as you will see here with the keywords on the slide, the driving principle behind it is essentially the need to achieve a single and mutually recognized compliance declaration of systems and constituents for ATM and ANS, I will say, services in Europe. This will enable a functioning EU market for that equipment, and in this way will also ensure the safe, secure, interoperable, but also efficient operation of the ATM, European ATM network. This new approach, at least from the perspective that you will see in the regulatory framework, this new approach is also recognizing the essential role and responsibilities that manufacturers will have in bringing solutions that are fit for purpose and that are also going to meet the expected level of operational performance. For the most critical equipment, we will introduce the principle that design and production organizations, they will apply for certification to EASA, and the certificate issued by the agency will allow the introduction into service of that equipment by the ATM and ANS provider. In our view, this approach will, in a way, address the known bottlenecks and inefficiencies from the current system, and hopefully will also address the deficiencies and the delays in technological and evolution and innovation of the EU framework. I think from the perspective of bringing now to the discussion to the panels, from the perspective of ATM and ANS providers as well, and for the competent authorities, there will be a change because on the medium term, this will also free up valuable resources that can be used for high value, I will say, activities. And hopefully this will also allow the national supervisory authorities to enhance, I will say, their oversight and enforcement processes at national level, but also at European level. Having said this, a quick overview where we stand in terms of status. I think it was already introduced. I will not go to many details. It was already introduced by some previous speakers. In EASA's world, every regulatory activity is contained in the European Plan for Aviation. This activity, if you are interested and you want to seek and to look through EPAS, you will identify it as Rulemaking Task 0161. And as you can see here, it is composed of 3 different subtasks. We have actually already progressed substantially with subtask 1 and subtask 2. Subtask 1 is actually the new framework for attestation, and subtask 2 is the transfer of the interoperability requirements that were the 8 IOP rules that were created under the CES framework, the 552 that has been already repealed. And both packages, so both the subtasks, they resulted in MPAs end of 2022, and those called notices of proposed amendments, they have actually resulted to 2,000 comments on both packages, which have been processed and also progressed in comment response documents for both the MPAs. What I would like to highlight, it is very, I would at least recommend from the agency side that you review the comment response document to MPA 2022-09, which is also providing the an explanation to the most common questions and comments that stakeholders raise. The feedback that we have received from the various, I will say, communities have been documented and presented in an opinion 01/2003, beginning of this year in January. And this resulted to 5 regulatory proposals that have actually been submitted to the Commission. And as part of this, I will say, European Commission comitology process, they are now discussed at expert level, EASA committee and expert group level. With, I will say, the target to have this material adopted by latest, I will say, before summer, so that they can also be translated and published by September 2023. What I will focus on in my next few slides is on subtask 3, which is also most relevant for, I will say, technical standards, because this is containing the soft rules. And then in terms of timeline, what I would like to highlight is that this material, we have progressed, and we also expect to publish the relevant MPA in the second quarter of this year. So very, very soon. In this respect, I would also like to highlight for your attention that we will have a workshop taking place, which is only open to states on the 11th of May, where we will present both where we will have an exchange and present the regulatory proposals, which the Commission is going to present, but also for each package, the corresponding certification specification, declaration specification, and the statement of compliance, together with their AMCs and guidance material. So in May, we will present for the first time the full packages for each regulatory proposal. And what is most interesting is for, I will say, also stakeholders, there is an opportunity on the 4th of July, another workshop, both open to states and stakeholders, where all that material is going to be discussed before we actually publish the rule in September in parallel with the adoption of the regulatory proposals. So having said this, and I think it was already explained this morning many times, what are, here you see what subtask 3 is about. So in a nutshell, it contains the soft rules, and it is composed of 2 different, I will say, packages. We will present all the AMC and guidance material, so the means of compliance and the guidance material, reflecting actually and elaborating on the principles contained in the various regulatory packages. And we will also present the technical specifications for the ATM and equipment, which is subject to conformity assessment. So we will actually present the means, the means for demonstrating compliance to the essential requirements and that are contained in our basic regulation. What is important also to highlight here, and I think here we will have also a follow-up discussion hopefully in the panel, is that we believe that this will also lead to much more consistency across, I will say, the various aviation domains. So what you see in the second vertical block on the left-hand side, yes, left-hand side, we will produce technical specifications for ATM and ANS ground equipment, but also declaration specifications and statement of compliance. But what is important here is that we will also try to work with authorities, with every stakeholder, to ensure the quality and the technical consistency, not only from this perspective of ATM, ANS, but also with all the other domains that are relevant for that activity. In particular, equipment on board of aircraft. As you can see, for example, here we have listed CSACNS as a particular item that we will also need to pay attention that we are fully synchronized. This focus on quality and technical consistency provides the users a big benefit, because it will provide a common frame of reference and guidelines that they can use for a thorough evaluation of their business case, in particular for the certification basis, but also for the operational implementation, we believe. And then last, and I stop here, is this is providing quickly a snapshot of how this subtask 3 will lead to CSs and DSs. So it will consist of two main packages. For the certifications, for the technical specifications, we will have certification and declaration specifications from ATM ground equipment, and here you see the different blocks as classified according to nature and risks. And we will have also document the statement of compliance for ATM ground equipment containing actually and pointing to the relevant technical standards. So, having said this, I would like also know that we are on the same page of where we stand and what this new framework is about. I would like to take the opportunity to have an exchange with the panelists, and also that they can also bring their own perspective in terms of how they see this new framework impacting their activities. So, Stefan, from this presentation, but also from your knowledge and what the ATM ground equipment conformity assessment framework is about, what do you think is an impact on your organization as an ANSP, and what do you think are the expectations from your side, but also if you can bring a bit of points of attention that we need to capture and the way we are developing, I will say, all that material. Thank you.
Thank you, Sakis. Sure. Indeed, first, I can only confirm that the new scheme will have significant impact on us, ANSPs. I think I can speak for DSNA, but I can probably speak for my other ANSP colleagues in the room, because we do operate daily a great variety of systems and equipment. So we've got a number of equipment that are affected, and it's going to be significant. That being said, we first a caveat about what we expect. We don't expect that much an improvement in safety, which is the usual keyword in ATM, because we believe the current scheme is sound enough and ensures the appropriate level of safety. But we acknowledge it is far from being optimized. So the benefits are more in terms of optimization, harmonization. And harmonization will be the first one I would like to stress. Harmonization in the way the conformity is assessed. Regardless of the type of equipment, regardless you're in state A, state B, regardless it is provider A, B, or C. That's what we also call the level playing field. We think it's particularly important to have this harmonization. It will also, for us, ANSP, help us move from our bespoke system approach to a more product-oriented approach. Second expectation in terms of benefit is less workload. You mentioned that. There are significant efforts that are being deployed at ANSP level for any equipment implementation. And the last mile is always the most painful one. The longest, the hardest, the toughest. So we expect the new scheme to help us smoothen, facilitate this last mile linked to the conformity assessment before implementation. The last benefit, and it also echoes on your last slide, we do appreciate and expect proportionality of the new scheme, so that not all equipment are born equal in terms of their impact on the overall safety, and we do appreciate that there are several levels of rigor that are anticipated in the new scheme. Now, in terms of maybe points of attention, the first one is that the equipment, the ATM ANS equipment, have to be considered in the context in which they are used. And very often, in the ground context, it means a system in a complex architecture. And that's probably one of the differences with the airborne case, where the ATM ANS ground systems lie in much more complex architectures that are much less standard than what you can find in a closed environment such as the one of an aircraft. and that it will be important that we've got a scheme that can accommodate the context of these equipment. Second point of attention, it's a kind of generality because it's a new scheme, it's transition. Of course, transition is going to be a challenge because the pace is quite quick. This has been developed, we saw that on your slide, very quickly, swiftly, and we need our teams to keep up with that pace, to accommodate all this. That's going to be itself a challenge. And above all, business shall go on. So whilst the new scheme is being tested, implemented, we ANSPs have to also cope with other challenges, such as the CP1 new ATM functionalities that we plan on complying with no later than end of 2025, so the day after tomorrow. And we're going to have to accommodate those, both those evolutions, and that will be particularly important. So the transition, ensuring a smooth transition is going to be key. Last, I also have a number of question marks on this slide. The first one is always the most sensitive one, especially for decision makers, the cost, the financial aspects. We all noted that the theoretical cost-benefit analysis that was done with the NPA proved positive, but now we'll need to confirm that in real life. We know for sure there will be new cost, because the GPOs will have to adapt their organization, their processes, so that will not come free. We can expect benefits as I mentioned, but their quantification still needs to be confirmed. So the overall CBA is still indeed a question mark. Regardless of notwithstanding those financial considerations, there's probably a more fundamental question mark, which is the ability of the new scheme to be effective in the long term. Because we can have a very good set of specs and AMCs at the get-go, but life will go on. We will have new equipment, we will have new requirements to meet, we will have to make our existing equipment evolve, and that will need to be set in this new scheme. So the supporting means of compliance specifications will also have to evolve, and at a pace that is commensurate with the requirements. That's going to be a challenge. And I'm speaking especially for SDOs, for instance, because that agility, that ability to accommodate and support these evolving needs, requirements, portfolio of equipment, etc., may be a challenge to tackle, especially for EUROCAE in here.
Thank you. Thank you, Stefan, for also bringing the perspective of the ANSPs and what you believe will be areas that we will need to continuously pay attention at when, I will say, implementing this new framework when it is adopted. Now, also having introduced you, you have been a very long-standing member in many different kind of working groups developing technical standards, especially in the field of aeronautical databases. And you have actually mainly contributed, which are also mainly used for the airborne side. Now, having also this opportunity where we will have a new framework that will also most probably have a single and common place for pointing to those technical standards. How do you see this work that you have done in those working groups can be used for the ATM sector, for the ground equipment part?
That's an interesting one. I think on this one, I would say that all signals are green. I have no points of attention or question marks here. Because indeed, having interoperability between the airborne and the ground equipment dealing with data to feed operations just only makes sense. One of the main reasons is that this is what we call a data chain. There are several links between several stakeholders. The weakest link or the weakest point becomes the weakest one for everybody. And whether that's on the ground, because of an equipment or onboard the aircraft into an airborne equipment, it makes no difference. That becomes the weakest link. So having a consistent, consolidated set of specifications applying to all those equipment in the data chain just makes sense. That ensures the interoperability, that ensures the level of harmonization that we require. Currently, we have this weird situation in which we have equipment processing the same type of data for similar operations, but depending whether you are on the ground or in the air, you apply different standards. For the upstream on the ground, you apply ICAO standards. For the downstream in the air, you apply industry standards. I believe we shall, of course, they are consistent globally, but it would be better to have a consistent set of applicable standards to all. And actually, within the EUROCAE Working Group 44 on aeronautical database discussions, I can already see the benefits of the cross discussions between the airborne and the ground actors. I mean, for instance, the industry manufacturing for airborne equipment, they have significant experience in adapting, fine-tuning the data processing tools for the specific case of data. This is all beneficial for ground equipment as well. This can be useful. So it's a win-win situation, and I believe this is a good other evidence that I did not mention from the ANSP side, a good other benefit from the new scheme.
Thank you, Stefan. And moving now a bit on the I will say from manufacturing perspective, Jean-Louis, you have been involved, I think, for more than 20 years in software assurance and also ensuring security requirements in the way that software is developed. How and what would you think that, what kind of standards and how should they be applied so that we can obtain the necessary evidence and assurance for the software that is developed, so that it also meets the expected level of operation and in terms of assurance, software assurance.
Okay, thanks. Now I have the opportunity, I would like to join and say happy anniversary to EUROCAE for this 60 years, and thank you very much for inviting Indra and myself. Regarding your question, I would like first to highlight a little bit the impact that the new regulation may bring to the DPOs, to the design and production operators like Indra. This new regulation will provide new alternatives, okay, and actions to the DPO in order to certificate and especially declare equipment that will bring us a new role that was not present in the previous regulation. In my opinion, this is a key aspect from the DPO viewpoint, because I think that in previous or in the current regulation, the DPO role was just support in every possible contents or domain, the ANSP in order to comply with the certificate regulations. Okay, but now I think that there is an opportunity for all the DPOs to go to put a step further and make it a more active role. And I think that with the time, although as Stefan has stated, at the beginning it will create a challenge for the DPOs because we have to follow a specific certification program that will enable us in the future to make a more consistent and I think reusable situations in which we can declare equipment and reuse some assurance evidence. And I think this is one of the points that I would like to stress. Another one is the one that just said Stefan, the harmonization, because nowadays the DPO support to provide for the ANSPs is very different depending on the different national requirements, technological, and it is not the same declaration for one supplier for another. And I think this will also increase, this harmonization will increase, and will provide in the middle future, I would guess, good benefit for all, I think. Okay. Then the second point that I would like to stress is the commitment. This is the thing that I would like to highlight, is the requested commitment from the DPOs to this new regulation, because I think it's a positive step that the EASA has reflect in or they are reflecting right now, because it is not finished, as you have said, but I think that it will provide benefit for the DPO. So I just request this DPO commitment. Indra is focusing in achieve this, so we think that is an important step for the DPOs. Another thing is the change management process. Another key issue that I would like also to stress before going to the assurance point is that the change management process that we should apply, okay, or implement is very similar to the one that is for the ENSP, but we will have more control over it. We have to perform a classification on every change, depending on the level of context in which the change is going to be affected. If it affects to the certification, specification, declaration, specification, it is a change that we should reevaluate and provide further assurance again. And if it is not such a change, we can reuse some evidence and assurance previously applied. So I think that this is also beneficial for us. Just to highlight that although we are not, we have to commit and make sure that we provide the required assurance for the change. It is, this is mandatory, no matter if we are dealing with safety critical equipment or non-critical equipment, we have to assurance the change. This is also a thing that Stefan has stated. The classification of the different equipment has also provided us different level of assurance. We would expect that the assurance level, that is the last point that I want to say, for each equipment we should identify the development assurance level for that software, for that piece of software. This is determined especially identifying the safety consequence that the component has, and we expect that the safety critical level, which are in the attestation side in the certification line, will have a higher assurance level, but the declaration and the non-critical will be a lower software assurance level, because this will benefit all, in my opinion. And also the certification will highlight that no matter who declare, no matter if it is the ENSP or the DPO, we should declare the assurance level for each equipment. And going back to your question, the things that we should follow in order to comply is the EUROCAE standards. How could it be otherwise? I am working in assurance for many years. The applicable means compliance that the regulation is contemplating are the ED 153 and ED 109. Very well known, I guess, by many people. They have helped us a lot. I have worked many in order to comply with them. I have big moments, but I think that they have helped us a lot. But in line with the interventions of the previous panels, the reality is pushing us to a different context. The environment is changing very, very quickly, and I think that some of, especially from the process point of view, from this standard, some parts of the standards maybe, if you challenge this with new emerging technologies like the open technologies or contaminations, etc., they seems to be a little bit out to date. So I think that we should as also in the previous panel has been said, think about ourselves and make sure that we need not a revolution, but at least an evolution in some standards to accommodate more to the real context that are just pushing us right now.
Thank you, Jean-Louis. And also now giving a bit and being interested in the thoughts of Laura. So Jean-Louis brought the perspective of Indra, but if you can also share a bit with, I will say, the participants, what kind of challenges do you see the industry, or not only from Thales, but the industry will be facing with the introduction of this new framework, and perhaps also with a bit of notion how this can be linked in the way we are going to do technical standards in the future. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you for the question, Sakis. Yeah, as my colleagues from the panel just mentioned, this new regulation aims at optimizing and harmonizing the way the ATM and ANS equipment are being approved in Europe. And to achieve those objectives, the roles and the responsibilities of the ATM stakeholders as we know them today will need to evolve. So from an industry point of view, I see three main challenges. The first one is really linked to these new roles and new responsibilities, as we are creating here a DPO, the Design and Production Organizations. Indeed, any supplier of ATM and ANS equipment will have to be approved by EASA and become a DPO. Implementing those new conformity assessment management systems will have a significant impact on those organizations, especially on the way they are organized, on the definition of some new roles and responsibilities they do not include as of today, also on their processes, on their ways of working. So that's one of the key challenges that those DPOs will have to tackle in the coming years. And I think as a community also we need to take into consideration that this regulation introduces a new player in the ATM regulatory context, which was mainly focusing on the national supervision authorities and the service providers. Here we are building a new tripartite relationship, adding new interactions on different topics, and I can only give some examples with the occurrence reporting process and the equipment directives, which were mainly between an NSA and an ANSP. So those are challenges that we will have to address collaboratively. The second challenge is to be addressed definitely collaboratively and with the support of all the standardization organizations as well. This new regulation is supported by a key pillar, which is the equipment certificate recognition. In order to achieve an efficient and successful equipment certificate recognition, we need to make sure that we are able to harmonize the key characteristics of the ATM functions. I'm talking about functions here and not equipment because I really want it to keep agnostic from the different ATM architectures that we can find across Europe and across the world. But it is here paramount to ensure that the technical specification that you mentioned that will be used to certify those equipments include harmonized safety, security, performance requirements for those functionalities. And this is the cornerstone, according to me, to a successful integration of a certified equipment into an ATM system managed by an ANSP. So as of today, we haven't addressed that yet, and we still have some work to do. The key task that we still have ahead of us is agreeing agreeing on those harmonized safety, security, performance requirements depending of the criticality of the ATM functions. And once again here, we have to focus our effort on the most critical ATM functions, and we all know that all the equipment do not have the same criticality into our systems. And the second aspect is also being able to standardize the way we will collaboratively demonstrate that an equipment achieves its certification baseline or those technical specifications. And especially on the safety aspects, we do consider that we have some room for improvement in order to define a standardized safety assessment methodology that can be used in order as an acceptable means of compliance in order to certify those equipments. The third challenge, and I think Stefan, you mentioned it as well, it's by introducing those certification principles in the ATM domain for the ATM and ANS equipment and the associated level of rigor that comes with it, we also need to cater for all those emerging technologies and keeping the ability to introduce innovation in our equipment. So I know that there is already a lot of work, I should say, ongoing with the EUROCAE, the RTCA, EASA, especially on working on how can we be able to qualify one day the algorithm based on artificial intelligence. How can we introduce COTS software in critical software components? So we already are working on those topics. But the world is evolving and we need to ensure that those standardization tasks continue to evolve in order to leverage innovation and ensuring that we will be able to introduce those in our equipment, because the standards that we will have to develop or that we will have to develop those standards, because those will be the tools to enable all of us to certify the future ATM and ANS equipment.
Thank you, Laura. Sylvie, being an Eurocontrol, but also in the network management directorate, so I see you also as an operational user. What do you think will this new framework bring you as a network manager, but also as an operational user of this new framework? And what kind of challenges and points you will need to address so that you can also bring this new framework into your system in cooperation with all the other partners that you have to deal with?
Thank you, Zakis. I will try to, in fact, complement the picture. First of all, I would say I work for EUROCONTROL, and I have MEAC colleagues who are in the same situation as Stefan described, so significant impact certification scheme will apply to them. Now, I will focus here on the NM and perspective. And I must say, I will only give you my presentation based on what I know, because this regulation doesn't exist. We don't know all the details, and especially we don't know the detailed specifications yet. So, based on our understanding. So, as we already said, it will start in September 23. So that's the kickoff. It starts. Okay, we are only a few months ahead. So pressure is coming on us. We need to get prepared, all of us. And that's what we try to do, and that's what I'm trying to tell you about what we do at EUROCONTROL in the DNM. So for us, you may know, we are getting into this new INM framework. So this conformity assessment that we found out last September is a third layer, because as you've seen on my first introduction slide, we are going to move first into a new building. So to make sure everything goes right, we will keep the legacy systems running, okay? That will be October 23. Then we'll go into a shadow mode when we will start testing our INM system, wave by wave. And we start the operation in May 2025. For those of you who have read the conformity assessment regulation, you will see that it matches exactly the transition period. So we will be in a situation where we will change environment in terms of building, change environment in terms of systems, and change environment in terms of conformity assessment. So that's a big challenge for us. The lucky thing is that we are not in the certification scheme because our activity is less critical. And as Stefan was saying, yes, we have 3 levels of criticality that have been recognized. So air traffic flow management, yes, we are in the what we call statement of compliance, where we have to meet a number of standards. Now we are a unique system. It's a pan-European, it's one. So we don't really need a standard for that, okay? What we need is standards for when we communicate with others, okay? So there, we definitely need more standards. Another thing is that by moving into the O&M, we are moving into a fully digitalized environment. And if you remember what was said in the previous session, we are going into something that is about open service-oriented architecture, away from equipment. We would like also to be cost efficient in terms of ground equipment at the station scheme. This is essential to reduce the costs. We want to accelerate the uptake of innovation in the network, as it was said earlier. Especially, we want to get into more artificial intelligence models into our system. And we want to simplify the regulatory approvals so that we can, in fact, improve our performances in terms of cost efficiency, capacity, scalability, as we've seen during the COVID period, and the resilience, especially towards cybersecurity. Now, what it means in terms of planning and our understanding. Okay, so today we will issue the NM Release 27, which is the last release of NM legacy systems. We issue for that a DSU. Okay, because of the transition period that is part of the regulation, we expect that until the time we get into operation, that DSU will be still accepted, and we have nothing else to do. Then, as of the second wave, when we get fully operational, then the new regulation would apply, and we will have to conform to the SOC, so a list of standards that EASA will have approved. What we believe is that it's very short, it's only 2 years ago, 2 years away. So what we would do is we will start to change, in fact, the procedures, or test the new procedures during that shadow mode period, and discuss with EASA how to do this. Again, to make sure that there's no effect on the operation. What I already said, but I want to emphasize this, that we rely on a number of standards. They're not necessarily EUROCAE standards, and in fact we have special standards to communicate with all our stakeholders, especially a B2B standard. And for that we will keep it, and we will have that hopefully accepted. Something that is still under discussion is a number of equipment, software, like the portals that we're using. Would they be in scope, out scope? That's still not clear. And something that is new for us is that, from what we understand, there will be some cybersecurity requirements, but we don't know which ones. It is still to be seen. Outside, in fact, this NM purely NFIR scheme, we are working on other elements, and some of them are common service procurements. And why do we do common service procurements? We do that because it's a single service specification, so we get the harmonization, but it's also a single procurement, so we reduce the costs. So for this, we are already providing today harmonization and cost reduction. For these elements, I'm not going to go into more details, but some of those common services have no ETM ENS purpose. It's only commodity, ancillary. It's only the fact that you communicate some information on the telco. Others are different. They will require a certification specification like the EASA DLS. But that would be not for us because we have a code for tender. So that would be for the DPO, the supplier, to become a DPO. Now we're offering tools to the international world actually, and they have to do with surveillance. And there we will have to make the choice whether we become a DPO and have to follow the CSODS or not. Okay, so at the moment we are making an estimation of how much cost that would need for us to become DPO of ARTAS STDS or other elements, other tools, and also what liability it means for us. And also, just wanted to say that, we're developing also new specifications, but at service level, okay, not equipment.
Thank you, Sylvie. And now, having actually made a round of, I will say, both the ATM and ANS providers, but also the manufacturers that were actually producing certain, the DOC and the DSU as supporting documents for the ANSPs that were actually provided and to the NSAs. Boda, coming to you and bringing also the experiences you had since 2004 and implementing the IOP framework and cooperating actually both with, actually mainly with the ANSP, but perhaps also indirectly with manufacturers. What and how do you feel this ATM ground equipment conformity assessment framework is changing, I will say, the roles and responsibilities of the NSA in relation to the world of IOP?
Thank you very much, Sakis. This one is not working. Okay. From our point of view, the impact of the new scheme is a big one. In order to give more evidence, I'd like to put in contrast the current system we have. We call it interoperability. The new system is called conformity assessment. And I'd like to start with the current situation, the current task, and I'd like to provide the three different stakeholders, the ANSPs, the manufacturers, and finally the NSAs. And I hope to figure out that the differences today versus tomorrow are quite big. Under the NSA perspective, the focus finally concerning conformity and interoperability verification is done by the ANSPs. They buy the products, they buy the constituents, and finally out of this constituents they compose a new system. It's a hell of a work. My ANSP colleagues confirmed this to verify are the standards met, are the interfaces correct, and finally the ANSP is in charge of writing a so-called EC Declaration of Verification, abbreviated with DOV. It comes together with a so-called technical file and finally being submitted to the NSA. Usually, as we experience it in Germany, it's a bunch of documents, pretty thick, but honestly speaking, the level of evidence, it differs. Another game player here is the manufacturer. I explicitly call it a manufacturer, not DPO. It's a new term we are introducing now. They are competent, no question, but they only, at the moment, they only produce the so-called declarations for the constituents, the declarations of compliance, if there is a specification in place, and or the declarations for suitability for use. They submit it to the ANSP, and the ANSPs finally put it inside the DOV, the technical file, and the ANSP submits it to the NSA. So, and what we finally do is to have a close look to this DOV, the technical file, the level of going into this detail. There is no explicit requirement in the regulation. The 552 or the implementing rules, the rule says submitted to the authority, and the way how this work is done, it's a different story. Let's jump to the other situations, the future task, what we've seen under the new upcoming regime. It's new for us, it's not in place, and for this reason, it's some kind of interpretation, but as my colleague said, it is new and the change is significant. What's the impact of the ANSP? We see that the requirements put on the ANSPs are, or perhaps seem to be a little bit less, because they should be able in future to buy products by a certified manufacturer, now called DPO, Design and Product Organization. And for this reason, the intention or the reason behind is these products being bought by the ANSPs are still tested and finally should have proven their conformity. Though, to sum it up, we would see less effort of the ANSPs if the whole system works. The next player here is DPO, the Design and Product Organization. As I tried to explain before, up to now only the declaration for the constituents, not really challenging. I don't want to see that. I don't want to say that there is not the focus on the standards. No, but here the demands, the challenges are in future much bigger. We talk about certification, depending on the level of risk, the level of safety. So, with regard to to ATM, ANS, there is a certificate needed, given or application and certification by the competent authority, and to other equipment self-declaration. So the focus here is very much more on the manufacturers or the DPO side. So how does the impact for the NSAs look like? Foreseen for the NSAs are, let's call it only the so-called statement of compliance. There are different sources for this. At the moment, I would see them as pretty slim documents that only give limited evidence concerning the system, but honestly speaking, we have certified certified DPOs, and finally the system is being put together by the ANSP, and apart from this, not all the statements of compliance are submitted to the NSAs. So finally, the amount of work, the amount of paper or the amount of files to be submitted to the NSA should be less. Important in the bubble in the right corner is we see a closer link between the change of a functional system versus interoperability and conformity assessment. These two, I would call it separate worlds, come closer together. And it doesn't seem to be important, but for us, because we in the German NSA, we handle the situation like this. these have been or are still two worlds, and these two worlds come together. Transition period. A transition period from the old system to the new system is foreseen. From our point of view, it is very, very important to gather experience with it. The benefit for the new scheme, I would say that the requirements should be more detailed than we have today. We not only have a regulation or implementing regulation, we have guidance material, and we also have the declaration, certification, specifications, and from the NSA point of view, I would say it might be a good chance to improve the situation and have a, as we call it, a better level playing field in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Bodo. And from what I have seen actually from all the presenters during their outlines, I have noticed that also if we want to enable technological evolution and innovation, we need to think and elaborate on a more agile standards development process. So that this is also introducing this innovation and novel concept into our world. So from your perspective, and especially the ones that are also involved in those working groups and activities of SDOs, how and what do you think needs to be done so that also this process becomes much more agile? I would anyone that wants to bring and share his views, take a few seconds to share it also with us. Stefan, please.
Yeah, maybe on my side. Yeah, you're right. The key message is we need to be more agile in the future. So things like getting some work program approved. We will not be able to afford 3 months to draft terms of reference and 3 months to approve them. We will have to be more agile than this. So I know there's already some kind of improvement. We need to continue this to make sure that we keep up with the pace of the required evolution. That's as simple as that.
Yes, Sylvie, you want also, please?
Just want to add something on agility and the fact that, yeah, we are going to have quite a lot of standards to be developed because of the introduction of this scheme, which requires, everything requires a standard. We heard before that maybe we don't need a standard for everything. So maybe that's part of this agility that we can gain, make the selection. We heard that several times that, yeah, make sure that you reuse what is available elsewhere as it is. Test it because we are safety, safety is essential. So make sure that any other standards that you would take from other areas, other sectors, are fit for purpose, that's for sure. But the more we get into this digitalization world, platforms, etc., we are facing standards that exist today. So take it. Focus on what is ATM or aviation specific, where you need it. And I heard about also artificial intelligence. It's true, and I'm really grateful for the work that has been started at EUROCAE with the help of our colleagues, industrial colleagues, and EASA. They're really doing their best. But AI is accelerating so fast. It's getting into new revolution. You heard 3 months ago, nobody knew about ChatGPT. It's here today, we're using it. It's a total change. So keeping that pace, yes, it's going to be a challenge. I don't know how to do this. I was thinking the other day, based on the AI standards and how it has developed, that maybe we could also use ChatGPT to help part of the process. Certainly not the new standard, but checking, for example, what other standards have done. Can we use it? In a few seconds, you'll get the response. So you can make your statement of concerns much quicker. Think about it. I know ICAO has been working on this.
Thank you, Sylvie. And I will say Also, on behalf of the organizers and also myself, I would like to share, to thank all panel members for sparing their valuable time to be here today with us, to share their experiences on how they see this new ATM ground equipment conformity assessment framework will also bring change into their lives and the professional lives, and how we can work together in implementing this, but also how this will link with the technical standardization process, and where we can also achieve synergies and compatibilities across all the aviation domains and the way we are developing, I will say, the technical standards. Thank you, and over to you, Alex. Thank you.
Well, thank you to our panel for a very, again, a thought-provoking discussion. There's clearly a lot of work to be done, and EUROCAE certainly stands ready to support the regulatory framework with new and evolving standards as may be necessary. So to Stefan, Juan-Louis, Laura, Sylvie, Bodo, and Sakis, thank you very much indeed. Just a couple of logistical issues. Yes, we are working with the museum to try and sort out the heating, or the lack thereof. We invite you to take a coffee break now. We will resume at 15:50 sharp. If you would like to bring a cup of coffee into the auditorium to stay warm through the next the sessions after the tea break, then you're more than welcome to do so. So please be back here by 15:50 ready to start. Thank you very much.
So this has been opened. This is still closed. Doesn't matter which side of the chair we put it. Just that everybody has got a bit of water. You've got 6 chairs, right?
And here is the change.
No. Okay, so I think your panel is set. Well, I have no idea. Mr. Jago can help you. Because I don't know, I never worked with that. You know how it works?
Yes, it works now. You must only need to refresh. Yeah. Thank you, Alex.
Just prepare somebody with his laptop here.
If I will go through my slide, I have just the slide of the book and the slide of the QR code. So how can we do this?
Just give it to them. Just give it to them.
There.
No, really. Yeah. I mean, you can slide about and then you just you introduce the moderator. And yeah, and once you're done, you just hand him the. I mean, he's going to sit right there, so you just hand him the thing. No need to get nervous.
And do they come up before?
Yes. Yes, because otherwise you lose too much time. So you need to make sure that, I mean, we're 5 minutes late now, so that by 3:50 really start, they need to be sitting here. It's not like you invite them one by one.
No, I want to that they was already here.
Yeah. No, they have to be up here. And you should have a slide where you have the panel and the pictures.
Yeah, that's where I will hand in.
And that is when they need to be seated when you start.
They are all of them and yes. So I will tell them that they
Wait, that okay. Closer than what they were. Yes.
And one logistic issue is that the big QR code was in Slido. If you, sometimes it's hidden by faces. So from the audience, it's difficult to use the QR code. So maybe that's one of the reasons there are not so many questions also.
We still use the QR code in the...
You have it in the book also, so maybe that's...
Maybe you can remind them of that.
Or maybe we could change the slide and put the QR code just on the hash top of it, the same as half top of the slide.
So now you just start changing the presentation now.
Yes. Quite another class presentation without making this.
So I'm just going to be the support list of this panel is just controlling the stage.
For the ones that we just keep the micro close, because if not we cannot the sound. So just to keep that in mind as well as the time. The time machine is already okay. Just that we will be on the stage for this time. Like this we don't have
You were expecting something to say. I think everybody's frozen already. Hopefully the Zoom will be solved. No, it's actually cold. Wind going out.
Yeah, just a moment. Sorry.
I think I'll be able to I know it's we were running all the slides and the organizer was saying you need to stop. Yeah, figure it out and let's see. Budget is our aspect. So which sort of product are you Like talking about Coke and talking about Coca-Cola, right? Not the same thing, but people. Hopefully you like it. Shall we stay standing up, otherwise warm-up exercise? So what's the stage like? So you will be on that side? There. Okay. As far as I think this is the photo. If I receive a presentation. Yeah, I have. Yes, I think there is a camcorder. I think if we go based on that photo. Yes, yeah. This one. Should be you. Okay. You're the first one. So I'm in this corner. I think if we still have time, I'll have a second one as well. So what's the next question? At the beginning, I told that I'm feeling cold. I was wondering when I saw EASA. So I left 3 a.m. from the Pamia to fly to Paris. So I'm quite tired. I said that maybe it's my feeling. There's too much cold. The morning was still
digesting the food, it doesn't. I think the body wanted some more heat. It's getting more now.
Maybe drop me an email.
Oui, demain. En fait, Jean-Marc est à la direction des opérations et quand je fais ça, je
Ok.
Oui. C'est pareil, parce qu'on a usé des sciences dans la cage de Faraday.
Oui, vous savez.
C'est clair. Ça fait encore passer les ondes 3G et 4G.
Assez peu.
Assez peu, oui, c'est vrai que je suis en 3G.
J'ai quelques difficultés à...
Ouais.
Maybe here because of the lights is...
Yeah, but the light now it's LED, so...
Ouais, il faut
no,
changer une vie.
There's some people that came out to the parking to take the coats in the cars.
Yeah, they walked 30 minutes outside, and when it goes back, it was really warm.
Have you ever been into the museum?
No, first time.
First time.
Good.
Later we will have, if you are staying for the gala, we will have 1 hour while the General Assembly takes place here until the gala, so we can visit the museum. Yeah. And you will see the place of the gala is around the table. So the chairs here. Yes, it's on the way. I for sure it's not at the house.
Otherwise, you're frozen. But yeah.
Are you staying? Maybe we can go very fast and take a look.
But yeah, we could. Otherwise, I don't know. It's your traveling schedule, but.
Depends, I think. Yes, we recommended 3 hotels, and I think we are around here. But they are interested in this one, so I think it will be also the night that they are staying. If they just stay one night, maybe they choose to come just nearby, or if they prefer to visit others. You were staying like in the center, right?
Yeah, in Chazway. Chazway.
For us, this year it's in Paris monthly, the EUROCAE Symposium, so it's based in different places all around. But this year, as it's in Paris, we don't need to go everyone.
So you rotate the location?
Yes, and in the end of the symposium, we will have the next year's. Yes.
So where is it? Anything more?
Exactly, please.
Is it anything
and with more light.
Mauritius Island. Please, get on the stage.
Maldives?
Sure.
Okay.
There's magic before the overflow. There's magic before the
Yeah. I voted for a warmer place, but my choice didn't get an observed.
For that side of the valley, have more airports that we can go with warmer.
Yes, of course we have India.
Oh, okay. Very well. Which one?
GMR, airport for GMR. New Delhi. Hyderabad. Not
If you're planning that much, then go to Singapore. Malaysia, Langkawi is good island.
We have Kazakhstan. Almaty. It's not so.
It's not that far. I didn't expect
And
it.
Chile River, that one which is quite cool. And we have Madagascar.
I mean, Chile is a good excuse with these hydrogen programs that they have. If we're going to talk about zero emissions, why not?
It's quite far from here.
Slightly.
42 hours back and forth.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
It's quite long. Trust me, it's quite long.
Okay.
A few tons of CO2.
Maybe for 40 minutes.
And when they ask me to come, can you come for a meeting, 2-hour meeting? No, I can't. And we have a turkey.
Ah.
And the guys, we
Also, I we can also perfect. So my suggestion is not a but as of today, they are not that much. Oh, still, we are not entering to the summer.
Oh.
Unfortunately.
I go there in 2 weeks. It's not so.
Oh, I hope that in 2 weeks it will be better. Last week I was in autumn, but the temperature was going to look.
Yeah, exactly. I'll take that.
Okay. So if you visit the headquarters, we have just 3 buildings away from.
In Istanbul?
Yes.
Okay.
So you have one business just to remain well.
I don't know where the meeting will take place. It's in the airport or headquarters or in Istanbul. I don't know.
So anyhow, you're in Istanbul. So 3 days, I think we can catch up for your tea.
Of course.
Interesting.
I will send you an email.
Thank you.
I saw in our meeting that you have a very beautiful teapot. Is there a new airport from Istanbul as well? Yes.
Yes. Sorry.
How many were there?
28.
Most of them it's another.
Yes, when I say 28, I do not include
another 2 weeks in the European package in Rotterdam. Now it's converted into more cargo and business jet. Because government should Pegasus flies will be which is a bit of the rest more official line and I think you are also active in CIS countries. Uzbekistan, I'm not sure about exactly. Kazakhstan. Yeah, I have.
Could be worse, it'd be Charlotte.
I know it's close to France.
Maybe I will drop one.
London was saying that in Liège they have a hydrogen program.
Yes.
Interesting. Your colleagues just passed by Seattle to hear about our sustainability strategy.
Yeah, actually, maybe you met Aviation.
I was not there at all. Yeah, it was Sheila Reams, the head of sustainability, who welcomed them. Yep. It was her.
My colleague was not CEO.
Okay, yeah.
It's not a woman. It's not really a
colleague.
And my director.
Okay. Yeah, could be. I saw their names in the email, and I forgot already. Yeah, exactly. And I know they did a tour on Everett, and yeah. Shall we? Yes, exactly. Your physics. It goes up.
In the room, yes.
Yeah.
In the atmosphere.
Is it me? I'm free, so I think you are. All right. Yeah.
When I
The rest will be there.
Try not to speak.
So welcome back. My name is Esther Ollas. I'm Technical Program Manager at EUROCAE, in charge of the Sustainability Working Groups. And I welcome you all to our last panel of today on the road to zero-emission aviation. As a reminder, please use the Slido to ask any questions. That we have the QR code, but as well that you will find in the program that you have been receiving this morning in the back. I would like to hand over to Olivier Savant, the founder and CEO of Blue Spirit Aero and the chair of Working Group 80, working jointly with SAE. He secures more than 25 years of experience in the development of fuel cell and hydrogen technologies for aerospace. up to you, Olivier.
Thank you, Esther. Good afternoon, everybody. In order to kick off this panel discussion on zero emission for aviation, I would like to first introduce our panelists. So let's have a quick round table and have each of our experts introduce themselves along with their company and maybe describe in a nutshell the strategy towards zero emission and the work currently taking place.
Thanks, Olivier, and thanks, EUROCAE, for invitation and congratulations on your 60th anniversary. If we can switch the slide. My name is Martin Gorricho. I'm the European Union Sustainability Lead of the Boeing company. And there you go. And these fancy names describes our strategy to achieve net zero, which we fully support. We have supported the long-term aspirational goals of ICAO, and for instance, we have signed the Toulouse Declaration and other agreements that push these commitments of the industry, and it's one of the few industries actually globally that has committed to be net zero or have net zero climate impact worldwide. So congratulations to all of you, and that's the name of our strategy, which we believe it's something that we need to do together. And actually, it's also the name of an event we are having in 3 weeks in Seattle, where we will do some sustainability related announcements. If we can switch to the next slide, our strategy is based on 4 pillars. It's very similar to many of our peers, but most obviously it's based on fleet renewal. Fleet renewal brings many advantages. We have seen efficiency gains throughout the last 50 years in civil aviation. We have invested over 60 billion to improve efficiencies in the last decade alone. And as you can see, depending on the model, each new generation brings a fuel efficiency and therefore a reduction on CO2 emissions of between 15 and 25%. And therefore, and not only CO2 emissions, but for instance, the new next MAX models bring 50% less noise emissions than the previous generation. So it's an overall improvement. On operational efficiency, we work a lot on cockpit digitalization. As you might be aware, we have products like the flight deck that brings efficiency also to the cabins and the flight tracks of up to 2%, and anecdotally also saving over 5 billion paper sheets in the way. Renewable energy, we are pretty strong on supporters of SAF. We can discuss that later. And finally, on advanced technologies, we have, for instance, a joint venture called WISC, where we develop electric VTOL that are autonomous and work fully electric on fully electric batteries. I won't take more time from my co-panelists. Thank you.
So, as an introduction to our discussion, I will briefly describe the strategy of Safran for decarbonization. But I need the slide. Probably it's coming.
I need a functional zipper.
Yeah. Yeah. One more.
Sorry.
One more. Yes. You can go directly. So that relies on 3 main pillars. The first one is simple. It's to keep reducing fuel consumption. It's a priority. First, because we believe that tremendous breakthroughs are still ahead of us. And second, because the alternative, which are the sustainable aviation fuel, will not come in large quantities in the short term. So 3 main leverages to reduce fuel consumption. The first one is obviously engine efficiency, and we believe that we have a potential for minus 20% reduction on fuel consumption for the next generation of engines, whether it is for helicopters or aircrafts. It will rely on some disruptive technologies like the inducted fan that you can see on the screen, but not only, and we will come to some details afterwards.
At aircraft level, all the sum of all the equipment that we manufacture in Safran, and of course engine, landing gears, interiors, cabins, represent a significant portion of the weight of an aircraft. So working on the lightweight materials is clearly also a strong leverage at Safran level to reduce the weight of an aircraft and therefore its fuel consumption. Also, we will work on electrification of equipment, and one example is the green taxiing with electrified landing gears. This is just one example. Second pillar, it's the enable the transition to sustainable aviation fuel. Why first do we still focus on fuel? That's already a question which requires an answer. Fuel is definitely, from far, the best option to store a high quantity of energy in a small mass. There is no competitor to that, and you all know that weight is absolutely paramount in aviation, and therefore sustainable aviation fuel is an option that we cannot avoid. Switching from fossil fuel to sustainable aviation fuel will generate a reduction of emissions of CO2 by 80% on an existing aircraft, on an existing engine. And that's very important to say also, because changing engines, changing aircrafts will also generate CO2. So if we can have solutions with given products which are already running and making business and profits, it's already another good option. Safran is very active. We have already, you may have seen some inaugural flights in 2022 on helicopters and airplanes with 100% sustainable aviation fuel in the fuel tank. And we will continue in the short term. Clearly on this goal, our expectations towards Europe are very high. Liquid hydrogen is a more disruptive option, and with high potential, but also with some difficult technical challenges, and we will come in the details afterwards. The third pillar, and I will make it short for the next speakers, electric and hybrid propulsion, which are definitely the solution for the low end of the market, so eVTOL, helicopters, and small commuters. 20% of reduction of CO2 emissions are commonly reachable on hybrid propulsion, and we will come into some details. Of course, for full electric propulsion, the gain in CO2 can be higher, but it highly depends on the way we produce electricity, and therefore it's difficult to give you an order of magnitude of the gain. So that's it for the introduction.
Thank you, Benoit. Eric Perrin, Eurocontrol.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. So thanks first to EUROCAE for the invitation. That's my first time in EUROCAE since GBASCAT 1, which is not as bad as data link, but still some time. So a wee bit of the context first. Numbers have turned into aviation favor, and I think that's a good thing. We are recovering in terms of traffic after the misery of COVID. We are currently projecting a pent-up demand, and people want to take back into the sky again. So that's a very good thing. We are talking about, let's say, 16 million flights in 2050. That's 44% more than in 2019. I'm saying all of that because that commits, obviously, aviation to decarbonization in particular, and I think none of us, at least in that room, will be happy with a situation where we have to limit capacity, meaning where the solution will be to fly less. So we have to accelerate, in particular in this decade, on the decarbonization measures. And so what does Eurocontrol do into these things? So in 3 minutes' time, that will be quite challenging, but I will try. So so next slide, please. Right. Yeah, so yeah, just let it go. Anyway, we are in the network. We have a very specific and complex situation where basically any operational stakeholder can be a single point of failure. So the network manager in that context is basically what we call an honest broker. That means that we are providing, suggesting and coordinating a bunch of network measures that have to go with, let's say, acting on a very complex mix. And this very complex mix is about traffic growth, on one hand. It's about also volatility in demand, to a certain extent, complexity, and obviously where the situation in Ukraine does not help. Obviously, the need to provide airspace users with better, let's say, trajectory. So that has an impact upon trajectory optimization, that has an impact upon airspace design, and that has an impact upon relaxation of constraints that the network manager sometimes has to force on the network. So that's what we do from a network manager's perspective. Next slide, please. So when we go into the, let's say, the aviation sustainability unit per se within Eurocontrol, where we work, let's say, transversally across the different organizations, obviously we do a lot in terms of modeling and assessment. So we have a bunch of tools which have gone through ICAO, CAPE in particular, validation and crash tests. So both in terms of emissions, in terms of noise, and in terms of local air quality. We do foster improvements, so very short term, in particular things like CDO, CCO, let's say boosting their development, but also analyzing the overall inefficiency at the network level. So that's where we came with this famous 8.6 to 11.2% of fuel inefficiency at the network level, and then providing also ways and indicators to better address where the inefficiency is and how to best tackle them. We've done a bunch of, let's say, independent roadmap towards the two main objectives, which are minus 55 by 2030 and obviously net zero by 2050. We're also helping the member states and the airspace users to discharge their responsibilities in the context of ETS and CORSIA. And last but not least, we are also doing quite a lot to better understand this time where the climate change will negatively impact the air operations, and to enable our stakeholders to increase their reliance and their resilience towards climate change and the negative bearing this may have upon, in particular, airport, but not only operations. So in a nutshell, that's what we do.
Thank you, Eric. Mehmet, Kevin?
Yeah, thank you for the invitation. K1 Aviation is a company based in Turkey and EASA approved Type 1 DAT provider. It means that we are collecting aeronautical and navigation databases from 195 states and countries and process them to generate ARINC 424 file, which is usable for FMS avionic manufacturer, flight management system avionic manufacturer, simulators, route analysis, and flight planning solutions. But rather than this, our company decided to play a second role as well. So not only stay on the collecting and processing aeronautical data and deliver it to the LOE Type 2, which is avionic manufacturer, use this trustable data which we process in-house as references to analyze and use the AI power to take the benefit of the better reporting system and some advisory to the authorities, airports, airlines to take the benefit of the available data in their pocket, in their server, and reduce their operational cost, reduce their footprint, carbon footprint, and also make more happiest passenger. The importance of the data chain, it's a missing issues currently available in aviation. In lots of industry, the data moving very smoothly and the result is very visible. But in aviation industry, still we are a little bit far away from creating a very strong data chain between the stakeholders to make sure that the data flows smoothly and we can take benefit from this available data. The data is an asset that we already have in our pocket. In each stakeholder's organization, we already have a bunch of the data. But how we can use this to take the benefit, it's a big question mark that today I would like to discuss during the panel. And at the same time, I would like to again emphasize that as of today, the data value, it's I think important and more expensive than oil or water. So everything is dependent to the data. Thank you.
Thank you, Mehmet. And last but not least, Blandine Nanfried from ADP.
Thank you, and thank you very much for inviting Group ADP at EUROCAE Symposium. Very nice to meet you all. I am Blandine. I work for Group ADP. I'm head of climate and sustainable air transport, and I'm also the hydrogen development manager for the group. As you might know, Group ADP has unveiled maybe 1 year ago, about 1 year ago, you can click. Its new strategic roadmap called Pioneer 2025, and this new strategic roadmap reflects a very high climate ambition for the airports of the group, because we are convinced that the future of air transport and the future of airport depends on our capacity to accelerate on environmental transition. We have fixed high climate ambition and high climate goals, both on our direct emission related to the heat, cold, and electric power supply for the airport. We tend towards zero environmental impact operation, and we tend to have net zero, to reach the net zero without offsetting by 2030 in Orly, Le Bourget, and New Delhi in India, in 2030, to reach the same objective in 2035 in Charles de Gaulle, and to reach this objective of net zero without offsetting, this is what is very important, in Ankara, Izmir, Amman, Liège, Zagreb, and Santiago de Chile in 2050. And we are also very active on our indirect emission, since we actively participate in the environmental transition of the world air transport sector by being very engaged aside our stakeholders. And we have fixed targeted a carbon neutrality external emission by 2050 with offsetting on our Charles de Gaulle, Orly, and Le Bourget on our 3 major airport emissions. It means that in 2050 we intend to reach carbon neutrality both for our direct emission, but also for our indirect emission concerning the aircraft. In 2050, we intend to be able to have departing flight from Paris carbon neutral. And I will explain a little bit later how we tackle the subject.
Thank you, Blandine. Thank you, everybody. So, as you know, we can say today that there is a global undisputed consensus to say that aviation needs to transition to new technologies, green technologies, to become zero emission. But zero emission actually embeds several different components. CO2, the most well-known, but also NOx reduction, particles reduction, noise reduction. Because it would require actually a whole day to cover all these topics, and we've only been given 1 hour. We'll focus here in this panel mostly on CO2 reduction. And for that, we propose to go over 4 different topics to better understand the effect of CO2 reduction philosophy on aviation. We'll start then with the discussion with a review of the technical foundations which allow for cleaner aviation. And for that, I'm going to ask an aircraft manufacturer, Boeing, to tell us about the current development related to this topic.
Thank you, Olivier, for that. So, first of all, starting on hydrogen and focusing on CO2 emissions, if we take the environmental report of EASA, it says that new advanced technologies, including hydrogen, will help reduce 5% of CO2 emissions from the industry by 2050. And at Boeing, we see this technology being really a game changer for the second half of the century. We have a long history with hydrogen. We have used it, first of all, with space rockets, and I want to talk about that later, but we produced 15 years ago now the first aircraft. It was a manned hydrogen fuel cell aircraft in our research center in Spain, actually, in Madrid. And we have developed since 6 different aircraft running on hydrogen. The one in the picture is the Phantom I. It's a combustion hydrogen aircraft, unmanned. It was designed to be able to store hydrogen Obviously, as most of you know, hydrogen is very sensitive, first of all, because it has to be kept at minus 253 degrees. It has 4 times the volume of the fuel. So there are many technical challenges to incorporate hydrogen, but we have learned and we keep learning about these challenges, and we also have our eco-demonstrator program where we test bed all these new technologies. And one of these technologies that we were testing is this cryogenic hydrogen storage. It doesn't look that big in the picture, but it's a 4-meter diameter cryogenic tank. And as you see, it has to be kept very cold, and this storage would be enough to power a regional aircraft. And this is very relevant for the next slide that we will see now. Yeah, please, Olivia, if you can change it. This was created by ATAC, so the Air Transport Action Group, in their Waypoint 2050, so where we can see the evolution of these new advanced technologies and how we can decarbonize over time. I want to also point out that most of the CO2 emissions that we see in the industry come from medium-haul and long-haul flights, and we see that mostly hydrogen, both on fuel cell and combustion, will start appearing towards the end of the first half of this century, but mostly covering the regional and short-haul flights, as we see it in this chart. And that's why it is very important also to count on SAF. But we have to start thinking in the overall life cycle of hydrogen and the challenges that it brings. One of the challenges is obviously that it has to be as safe as current fuel to run it and to certify it. Second of all, it has to make economic sense for airlines and users to use it and to adopt it. Otherwise, we're just wasting our time. And the main point of all of this, it has to make climate sense. Nowadays, as you know, hydrogen is produced 95%, over 95% through natural gas or even coal. And what we have to get is green hydrogen additionally to the green power that we are providing the electric grid with. So when we take that into account, we see that the challenges are there, but that they could be overcome. And if we go to the next slide, I think we see that here we also have the overall life cycle that we have to think about. Many times we talk about zero emission, but we have to think about the whole process. How do we charge those batteries? How do we get that hydrogen? And I want to point out the arrow going up, which is the hydrogen redirected to produce e-fuels or SAF. And this is very important because this is a drop-in fuel and doesn't require reinvesting and redoing the whole infrastructure. We already can use hydrogen to produce e-fuels, and this is going to be very important. We just saw how that yesterday night there was an agreement on refuel, and there will be sub-targets for hydrogen and e-fuels or e-fuel uptake. So this is a great example of why it matters, and we need to keep the whole life cycle and the end goal of being carbon neutral by 2050 in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin, for this overview of the different avenues taking us to a cleaner aviation. Now I'm turning to Benoit to have your insights into the actual technological development that take place. So,
okay, thank you. So maybe on next slide. So first, I just wanted to put back the chart showing what is the objective that has been given by Europe and for which industry is committed to go to a zero net emission of CO2 by 2050. You can see that you have 4 different levers, and actually Safran is working on the dark blue and on the green one. The first one is clearly a reduction of the CO2 emission by a better efficiency of the engines, and the second one is clearly the sustainable aviation fuel, at least in the next 20 years, and then probably hydrogen as a second step. Next slide, please. So I think it is important to keep in mind that in parallel to working on sustainable aviation fuel, which is not the theme of today's discussion, but I think it's still important to recall that. As that's also what I said in the introduction, we are very confident that we can still make some tremendous progress on the engines itself. Here you can see the unducted fan, the RISE project. It's open fan architectures, so it's really a disruptive change, disruptive technology in terms of engine integration on the aircraft, so it is not something that can be done on our side, of course, alone. It will be 100% sustainable aviation fuel compatible, as already the engines. Hydrogen capability is also studied right from the start, but it also includes a lot of advanced materials to make them lighter, which is also key for ultra-efficient aircraft. What is not seen, because it's also inside the engine, is what we call internal hybridization, which is some kind of energetic passerelle between the different spools of the engines, which also improves neatly the efficiency of the engine itself. On the next slide. This one is the roadmap that we are following both in Safran Electrical and Power and Safran Helicopter engines for what I told you, the low-end side of the market, so the small aircrafts. You can see always on the green box is the turbine engine, and the purple box is the electrical engine, and you can see on different type of aircraft how this could work. You can have on a helicopter, for instance, what we call a parallel hybridization, in which the turbine and the electrical engine work in parallel to produce some power for the main rotor. On the middle side you can see a gas turbine in parallel also with an electrical engine to power a propeller. This is, for instance, for fixed-wing commuters. And you have on the right side something which is very different, which is the serial hybridization, in which the gas turbine produces, rotates a power generator which produces electricity, which then is used by electrical engines, electrical motors. And this is and this helps to distribute the propulsion on the whole aircraft. And you can see one example at the bottom where you have a lot of propellers, and this enables some very exotic architecture, and that's where the gain lies. With these new technologies, new architectures of aircraft, you can reduce either the drag, or you can make some extra short takeoff and landing aircraft. So that's really something which indirectly reduces the fuel consumption by improving the design of the aircraft itself. On helicopters, that's what you have on the left side. The gain of 20% is also reachable by switching off one engine in flight, because you all know that the efficiency of an engine is not really stable. It's generally lower when the engine is at low power, and therefore instead of having two engines running at low power during the whole cruise flight, you can switch off one and run on the other one, and in case in the rare event of having an in-flight failure on the one that is running, you can just start again the other one very rapidly. So these are the kind of things that hybridization, electrification enable, either on the engine or on the aircraft, and which can lead to fuel consumption of the order of magnitude of 20% in the short term. So we are talking about 2030 for entry into services of this kind of technologies.
Thank you, Benoit. Thank you, the both of you, for this technological overview. Now, we understand that at the same time we are maturing these clean technologies to be taken on board the vehicles. We also need to make sure that these new vehicles may be properly introduced and operate seamlessly in the airspace. So, Eric, I'm turning to you, and I would like to ask you, how can we relate the question of optimized network management to the introduction of a cleaner aviation?
Okay, many thanks. So, thanks for the question. So, next slide, please. I guess so. Right. So that's another roadmap. I guess it's not contradicting. It looks a bit the same, a bit different. Anyway, that's the CO2 emission forecast. Before getting to your question, so that's the CO2 emission forecast for all departing flights from the ECAC area and for the entirety of their trajectory. So obviously, you see that the biggest chunk remain the SAF in particular for long-haul flight, which is the only solutions we have. You see the 17% is for more efficient aircraft, so back to the presentation from Boeing, and I think we all have to welcome the fact that the aviation has remained into the recent text of the EU taxonomy going for public consultation, so that's a very good sign for us. You can see ATM playing 8%, and you can see these 2%, which are the types of aircraft we are currently discussing. So they're going to start kicking in, basically for electric aircraft over some distances, and for hydrogen aircraft over slightly longer distances, but still serving basically the short-haul segments. So in the bar chart, you can see that fundamentally by 2050, although the flights are representing 8% of the overall flights we're going to be managing in the network, they only come with 2% saving. So then you may say that we've been in your control a wee bit, let's say, prudent or into our approach. So that's dated basically last year. So how can we boost that? And to boost this, there's a very important vehicle which is called the Alliance for Zero Emission Aircraft, which was launched by Thierry Breton, Commissioner Breton, in June of last year, and we started to work basically beginning of this year. So ASIA is something like 150 partners, members, so it's changing on a daily basis, but that's the number we are playing with. And basically there are 6 working groups, and that's very important because we approach the entire ecosystem in making the business basically boosting and penetrating the market. So that's very important from a sort of scenario entry into service, penetration rate, and so on and so forth. That's very important for bringing the energy into the airport and particular environment. That's very important for the airport management for the operations. Obviously important for the regulations, standardization, certifications. We have a working group led by EASA to do that. And obviously important also to integrate those aircraft, those brand new aircraft into the networks. So next slide, please. Okay, so what does that mean? Basically, there is some expectations that the performance of these new aircraft will be quite different from the one of, let's call them, the conventional aircraft operations in terms of cruising level, potentially flying much lower, in terms of cruising speed, in terms of climb and descent speed, in terms of climb and descent rate, and so on and so forth. So that would be very important to integrate those new operations into the network. We have to understand their behavior. We have to understand their performance. We have to address their integration into the network, but also the integration into the airport operations, in particular from an apron management. And it's very important to have both the AOP and the NOP part of closely coordinated. And obviously everything needs to be incentivized at the very end of the day. And that means bringing into play not only operational incentives, but also regulatory and financial incentives. So, to put, let's say, not to put the cart before the horse, I will try to get that right, it's very important before discussing standardization in particular to have a decent operational concept, so how these operations will work in practice across the network. Are we going to be working in practice on the airport surface at the apron? So we are leading Eurocontrol. We've been one of the working group I was mentioning in ASIA, the development of an operational concept. The first version of which I think we're going to be presenting roughly in the same place on the 19th of June at the first day of Le Bourget Air Show. Adapting the indicators, because obviously the CO2-like indicators are not very helpful into that context. And also be doing network modeling. I know we are not addressing non-CO2, but non-CO2 will be a big challenge to model the impact across the network. Performance assessment, both for those brand new aircraft, but also to ensure that their integration will not be, let's say, negatively impacting upon the overall traffic on the network level, and obviously getting an idea about propulsion and energy requirements at the network level. Because that's very important, because I guess there is one single thing we are sharing with any types of mode of transport or any industry. This is the access to green energy. So that's the common denominator. And when you know that, basically I think we are as sustainable as anybody else when you look at this for this angle. So that's basically what we're going to do to support the integration of those aircraft in the best way, so that no drop is lost or no single kilowatt hour is being lost into the operations. Something we'll keep it on, next slide please, is also about leveraging the digitalization of Embarkler in the context of evolving the air traffic management network. So that's quite a complex triptych. So as I said, the demand is likely to grow. Diversity, so we're going to have to manage a network where basically conventional, so evolutionary and revolutionary aircraft, electric, hybrid and hydrogen will be, let's say, co-behaving. And we have to address the complexity of bringing into the equation the non-CO2 dimension. And that's where the complexity will start to kick in. So when you know all of that, obviously digitalization, data, as you said, will be helping the overall, let's say, actors involved into the network management to play their part. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. As Mehmet said in a few words during the introduction, in order to contribute to this effort, it happens that very innovative data-based technologies are currently being developed. So Mehmet, would you please explain how data assets and AI-based processes can contribute to the improvement of current and future operations?
As my friend already explained, I share the situation. Either aircraft manufacturer, engine manufacturer, also fuel producer, all plan very hard working in front to produce and reach the target for 2050. But in real life, we are facing with some challenges, which is divided to the main 2 points. First, sustainable aviation fuel, and second one, it's a different type of electric or different technology for using on the aircraft. In the first one, it's a delivery of the sustainable fuel to the as much as possible airport to be available for the airliners. And as you can see in this presentation, as of today, there is around 0.3% of the global airport is already available to offer the sustainable fuel. So when we are looking in our databases, there is some around 27,000 airports listed around the world, but the delivery of the sustainable fuel is less than 1%. While I'm discussing with some of the stakeholders and airport operators, they said that moving sustainable fuel to their location, it sometimes is more costly and also generated more carbon that took benefit from this sustainable fuel, because they should carry this with the trucks and ships, and so this generated more carbon than benefit of the sustainable fuel itself. So we are still in a far way to manage the production and delivery, and also create a facility in each airport to make sure that we have enough sustainable fuel for operation. A second part is a requirement for the new technology. This also depends to the authorities and manufacturers, which also need step by step for the improvement. And when we are looking for the 2050, we are 27 years behind this, and we still every day generating carbon through the aviation operation, and this is something that will not stop until that day. For this reason, I believe that this is time to use the data, and we can at least, while we are working to offer the new technology, get technology certified by the authority, and convince the airline or end user to pay the cost and use this technology. We can use the available data to reduce the impact. The important part of this impact is started from the approach phase of the aircraft up to gate, which is more crowded places for around the airports. Generated more waiting time during the takeoff and landing, either in a taxi time and either in the airport procedure around the airport, because some airport is the busiest airport and they need more waiting time to be landed. When we look on the data received from the different sources, we find out that some airports around the world, the average time is up to 25-27 minutes per flight. It's a taxi out. And what we are looking here, it's a total 500 airport. It's taking into the consideration, it's a 10 minute for taxi out and 5 minutes for the taxi in. So when we are talking about using the data to make sure that where is the obstacle and where is the problem during this landing to improve our airport procedure or to improve the taxi procedure inside the airport, either together with the reviewing the airline behavior when they are using the surfaces, pilot, airlines behaviors during using the services will give us an option to analyze and also return to the customer with a better solution for the taxi, for the procedure design as well. So if we were successful to reduce 1 minute per flight, so we are talking 1 minute is nothing, actually even a 25-minute taxi time, but for an airport with the 1,000 transaction a day, it comes to the 1,000 minute, which 23 kilo of the fuel consumption for the passenger commercial aircraft, and averagely considered for Boeing 777, this comes to 23 tons of the fuel per day. And when we see the cost together with the carbon that generated, 1 minute it comes to reduce, if we can save in 1,000 flight, 1 minute per flight, we are at the bottom line. And every month, we are able to reduce 2,200,000 kilo of the carbon that we are going to generate and put it in the environment. So just very simply 1 minute by collecting the data from the ADSB, which is already available in our hand, using the potential of the data which is included with the airport procedure and aerospace data, together with the ground movement, we can create a good scenarios. Also, we can find the obstacle and problems, a stuck point that we can immediately solve it by the report, and by using the AI at the same time, offering the better solution of the movement. It's included with the all maintenance side of the airport, all operation planning of the airport. Either this package could help the airline to reduce their cost, because this at the bottom line, when we are saving the fuel, we are helping the airline to reduce their cost. When we airline reduce the cost, reduce the time, they have happy passengers, because you know, I speak about the data chain. It's exactly the same. I bought my ticket, very good prices, I am happy, but I stay 30 minutes in the aircraft during taxi time. So it's totally destroy my idea about a good flight. So all this is a chain, and it's a part of this chain. So sustainability, it could be saving the carbon emission together with the time and cost for the airline. And then we can make our road, it's much more easier to 2050, which then we have sustainable fuel and we have new technology in place, and we can go ahead with more peace of the mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mehmet. Now we've covered basically the technological developments pertaining to the onboard systems and the flight operations, but we also do need to account for the changes that are required in terms of infrastructure and what new design need to be put in place with no delay to accompany these developments. So Blandine, on the ground side, what is the impact of introducing clean technologies and processes on the airfield infrastructure design?
Yeah, indeed. The main challenge for an airport now is to become what we call an energy hub. It means an airport able to provide not only fossil fuel like Jet A1, but a variety of decarbonized or low carbon energy, and like electricity or eSAF or SAF or hydrogen. And on a very short term, now, airports has to be oriented towards a massive electrification, intensive electrification for all the ground operation. Airports have to reinforce all the energy networks they have, because we need more and more electricity, more and more energy to supply and to enable the operation of the aircraft at the gates. Since the aircraft, not for the aircraft, use APU anymore, we need to electrify also all the vehicle, what we call ground support equipment vehicles. I mean all the vehicles turning around the aircraft during the turnaround process. We also need electricity to enable the electric taxiing of the aircraft from the aircraft stands to the runway. And finally, last but not least, we need electricity also to supply, for smaller airports, we need electricity to supply electric and the new hybrid aircraft. So just to give you an order of magnitude, for Paris-Charles de Gaulle, actually, the power network of Paris-Charles de Gaulle is around 100 megawatts in terms of capacity, and to make this intensive electrification possible, it represents an increase of 50% of the actual power capacity of Charles de Gaulle. So it's not only a small add-on on the capacity; it's a huge transformation. 50% more energy capacity required. And we also have to ensure that the electricity which will enter the airport will be renewable electricity to make sense. So we sign guarantee of origin when we purchase electricity, and we have also signed recently corporate power purchase agreement. It means we have Aéroport de Paris has invested in solar power plant production in the south of France to supply 36 megawatts of electricity for Paris Airport. A short or medium term challenge on the next slide is about SAF. Even if SAF do not require major investment from airport or major transformation in terms of infrastructure and design, we do not forget SAF, because with aircraft with fleet renewables, the SAF will be maybe one of the major important pillar of air transport decarbonation, and airports have to be sure that they are able to integrate and to operate SAF. In Charles de Gaulle and Orly we are, because we are directly connected to the Trapil, but airports should have to keep this in mind, and airports should also have to be very active in a close cooperation with airline to make possible all the public initiative possible, which could enable, for instance, book and claim system, or which could support the investment in SAF production plant, because we need to support the emergence of SAF production. And on a longer term, on the next slide, it's all about hydrogen. We need also to prepare the advent of the hydrogen aircraft on the airport. When we talk about hydrogen aircraft, everyone is thinking about zero emission aircraft from Airbus, but there are also many smaller manufacturers, just like Beyond Aero, Blue Spirit Aero, or Universal Hydrogen, who are also preparing new hydrogen aircraft, and we have to be very active with all these actors to enable the advent of all kind of hydrogen aircraft. Hydrogen aircraft is not only a matter of the day after. The future is preparing now. Airports tends to develop as of now what they call hydrogen ecosystem. It means they install on their airport gaseous hydrogen refueling station to distribute hydrogen both to ground handling vehicles, to public vehicles, just like bus or taxis, and also to enable the introduction of new small hydrogen aircraft.
So maybe, Blandine, we could go into more details to describe a typical example of a hydrogen hub as thought of by ADP.
So I was talking about the zero emission aircraft of Airbus, and Groupe ADP was involved in a strong cooperation agreement with Airbus and Air Liquide to prepare the advent of the zero emission aircraft and to assess the impact of the introduction of hydrogen infrastructure, of liquid hydrogen infrastructures on airports. So we have carried out a very preliminary assessment study to determine on Paris-Charles de Gaulle and Paris-Orly if it could be possible to integrate liquid hydrogen infrastructures and where and what the amount of hydrogen required could be by 2050. So we have carried out a more detailed study in Orly and Charles de Gaulle, and we have also carried out an international panel study to ensure also that several airports around the world could operate or could integrate liquid hydrogen infrastructures, because if only Paris is able to do so, there is no sense for hydrogen aircraft. And the good news is, yes, many airports around the world will be able to integrate liquid hydrogen aircraft on their airfield. On the next slide, if you can go, it's exactly what I've said now, so you can skip. Yes. To give you an overview of the main facts and figures about Orly and Charles de Gaulle, the study has conducted to imagine that we will need up to 700 tons of hydrogen per day in Charles de Gaulle, and half in Orly because there's half traffic. But this is enormous, because in terms of energy power requirement to produce this hydrogen, for Charles de Gaulle, for instance, it corresponds to 1.7 gigawatt of electricity. It's per day. It's for 700 tons per day. So it's the equivalent of two nuclear reactor. So it's not only a matter of 100 or 100 square meter of photovoltaic plant or whatever we can hear. Okay, put two windmill and you will be okay. No, we won't be okay for Charles de Gaulle, and it's the equivalent of one nuclear power plant. So we need also to be very active as of now to prepare the roadmap of energy, both in France but also in Europe, and that's why many airports collaborate to the EASA, Alliance for Zero Emission Aircraft, in Europe also, to prepare the electricity and the energy roadmap. I haven't mentioned what the infrastructures on the airport could be. What we imagine is that at the airport you will at least have the process of liquefaction of hydrogen. It means to turn the hydrogen from a gaseous form to a liquid form. You will have a process of storage of hydrogen, thousands of tons of hydrogen. And you will have a process of distribution from the storage to the aircraft by trucks or also by pipeline, because if the demand is very important or could be very important, like in CDG or Orly, we do not exclude to build pipeline because there will be many, the demand of trucks will be too high. And the main question remaining in terms of infrastructures is about the production, where the production of hydrogen will be, on the airport or outside the airport. The two possibilities are on the table as of now. We are still working on it. If we localize the energy on the production on the airport, we will have to dimension electricity network up to 1.7 gigawatt of capacity. So it's not so easy. We have to work a lot with RTE, our energy network manager in France, to analyze the possibility to do so. And if we intend to produce the hydrogen outside the whole amount of hydrogen outside the airport, we will have to connect the remote hydrogen power plant to the airport by gaseous hydrogen networks. So we also have to work with other partners to assess the possibility of transporting hydrogen through France and through Europe. So maybe the answer is between a full remote and a full integrated production. Maybe we will have part of production on the airport and a part of the production outside the airport. And to finish, maybe the most interesting for you, we have also, on the next slide, sorry, we have also designed what could be a large airport hydrogen hydrogen farm, sorry. And for an airport like Charles de Gaulle, it could be around 20 hectares required to install production. I don't speak about electricity production, but about production of hydrogen, liquefaction of hydrogen, and storage of hydrogen. So it's a very impressive. It could be a very impressive infrastructures to be integrated in the airport. Now we have prepared a very preliminary design. It's not the final one. I'm sure that in 20 years the design won't be this one. But we have now to work also with our authority to prepare all the regulation evolution required by the introduction of hydrogen in terms of infrastructures, but also in terms of operation. We have also to think as of now what could be the required evolution of aviation rules to integrate hydrogen.
Thank you, Blandine. That's a nice transition for the last topic of this discussion. So far, we've focused on the technological developments and the context of a major technological renewal in aviation. Now the question is, how can we make sure that all these novelties can be properly accepted by the general public, and also, not the least, approved by the certification authorities? So I'm turning to you, Martin, to give us some insights into how a major aircraft manufacturer like Boeing prepares for all these challenges on the regulatory perspective, and how they think they can achieve global scalability.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Olivier. So obviously, regulatory-wise, there is a lot of changes going on, not just in Europe, all over the world. We are seeing new initiatives sprawling starting from Australia, since their new government came in last year, and I have the chance to look at it because I make part of the global policy and partnerships team. For instance, in Japan, that we have seen that they set up this Act for Sky platform, which we are part of, and we have partnered with Mitsubishi Heavy Industries to develop these new technologies as well, working on hydrogen, working on SAF, etc. And of course, these advanced technologies. Jumping to the UK, for instance, they have the Jet Zero Council. They have been working on that for a while. We're going to do the first flight across the Atlantic on 100% SAF, and they are also developing new technologies. We have partnered with the University of Sheffield, the University of Cambridge, Virgin Atlantic, etc., to develop this sort of technologies. And then we also see initiatives in Africa, sometimes financed by our German friends over there. So we see these changes around the world, and obviously the bet of Chile as well for hydrogen production. And I think this is picking up. Coming to Europe, we are seeing that many initiatives are starting right now. For instance, Aeroporto di Roma started this pact for decarbonization that gathered most of the industry there. In Italy, that we are seeing similar actions here in France with ministry announcing some initiatives on last February, and more to come on the Paris Air Show. And then this is also having a knock-on effect on Spain, Germany, etc. Germany and the northern European countries are big advocates of hydrogen solutions and e-fuels, and they have, for the moment, they had set up their own mandates for that, for instance. So I think the interest is there, and then we have the two big blocks, obviously, that we have seen since the last year. One is in the US with the Inflation Reduction Act and all this funding that is going to go to these new technologies to decarbonize aviation, and then we have the response from the European Union, which I think officially is not a response, so forgive me for that, which is the Net Zero Industry Act, which also will classify which technologies, net zero technologies, are considered as such, and therefore we see electrolysis and other things that we saw in this futuristic airport that will be needed also to get funded. And it was mentioned ASEA, but there is also the Low Carbon and Renewable Fuel Alliance of the European Union. So we see that the European Union is trying to put all the stakeholders together, and we think that's extremely important. And I think also there goes our license to grow and the public acceptance of aviation.
Yeah, thank you, Martin. Reaching a large consensus, as you just said, among the stakeholders is key to trigger acceptance. And in this frame, collaborative work is of major importance. So Eric, would you please describe the collaborative action that is currently taking place at European level? And you mentioned ASEA, the ASEA initiative earlier.
Yeah, so there's the ASEA initiative that also was mentioned from my colleague from ADP, which is very important. One of the working group in ASEA, and I'm watched by my colleagues in EASA, so one of the working group in ASEA is related basically to adapting the current regulatory framework in the broader sense of the term, because it's very important to have, obviously, as we've seen, sort of ecosystem approach like to boost and to enable the operations to take place in due time. So that's the overall regulatory framework that will need to be scrutinized and adapted potentially to cover for the new propulsion modes, not only fuel but energy, obviously, the new operations. Obviously, everything will be underpinned eventually by means of compliance and guidance material, but that approach should encompass everything from initial airworthiness and all the CSEs we have currently, 23, 25 CSE and special conditions. That's about also the air operations, so that's where having a concept operations will be key to enable to address this gap analysis being conducted, being led by EASA in working group 4 of ASEA. And obviously there are things which can be adapted in terms of SERA, in terms of the service provision regulations. As I mentioned beforehand, there will be an impact upon separation, upon sequencing, about entry conditions, about communications, about situational awareness, about training. So for the ADCO in particular, because we're going to be dealing with different speeds, so situational awareness will be potentially impacted as well. So there's a lot of all these regulations will need to be scrutinized. There should be a gap analysis, so that's currently being done, and that will end up with a sort of regulation roadmap to enable these operations to take place. So that's why I said basically embracing the entirety of the ecosystem is very important, and the work on EASA, on ASIA by EASA in that framework is obviously key to support the new operations.
Thanks a lot, Eric. As a final word, and in connection with what brings us here today, let's stress the importance of creating the appropriate standards to help with the emergence of this clean aviation. Do you want to comment on this, Benoit?
Sure. So we have discussed a lot of new technologies, whether it's electric or hybrid options. Definitely hydrogen is key in the roadmap. But as you said, as we have all said, there are some difficult challenges on engine side, on aircraft side. For instance, we could evoke the fire detection, fire extinction, storage, logistics in the airport. Crashworthiness, of course, is absolutely paramount. So for all these technological evolution, we will need, of course, to certify them to reach the same level of safety as we have with the current aviation technologies. And for that, definitely, as it was said this morning, the first step will be standards. And I'm absolutely convinced that EUROCAE can play a key role in for all these standards, specifically on hydrogen. So that's the message I would like to pass today, definitely.
Thank you very much, Benoit. Thank you very much, all the experts, for your intervention. I think we are running out of time, so we will have to call it for today. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for the experts. And back to you, Anna.
Thank you very much, Olivier. And if you can just give me the clicker. So first of all, thank you very much from my side also for this very insightful discussion. I think it's really great to see sustainability being one of the high topics of this time, with the LTAC having been accepted last year by the ICAO Assembly, and to also highlight that sustainability is more than hydrogen and SAF that everyone's always just thinking about, but to see also the data, ATM, and also the airport infrastructure dimension, I think was a very insightful discussion that we just had. And EUROCAE is very proud to be a member of ASEA as well, and to help supporting that work. So before we close for today, just a very minor announcement. Everyone, the General Assembly will start at 17:30, so in just about half an hour in this room. But that means, as every year, as the General Assembly is restricted to the members, please everyone leave the room, and members please re-register with Raphael and Matvi at the entrance to the room. The dinner is starting at 7 p.m. at the Halle de la Cocarde, which is when you go out and make your way to your right through the exhibition. You will pass through the space part, helicopters, and then will be arriving in Halle de la Cocarde. If you're uncertain, if you've registered for the dinner, please contact the staff. You're very welcome, obviously, to visit the museum at your own pace. If you wish to go back to your hotels and then come back, there's a couple of shuttle buses running, leaving at just about now from here to the Le Bourget train station and back from there at 18:30. And if you're not joining us tonight at the dinner, tomorrow the sessions will start at 7 a.m., 9 a.m. I was looking at at 9 a.m. in this room, hoping that it will be a little bit warmer. And I would like to thank again all of our sponsors for making this event possible. And with that, I close for today. Thank you all.
That was great. Yeah, let's do that. In Brussels.
Maybe like we said, you guys